This weekend we made history. On Saturday we had our campaign kickoff in Brussels with voters from all over Europe. But besides kicking off our pan-European campaign, we also elected the first transnational list ever. 36 candidates from 20 different countries on one list campaigning for one Europe. At the top of the list, Damien and Sophie will be representing Volt on the 9th of June.
Thanks to all the voters who helped us become this leadership role. It's super important for us because transnational lists show what we really want for Europe, that you have a second vote for European parties. And so, how do you feel about it, Sophie?
I'm very excited. I've been working passionately for Europe for many years. This is my very first time as a European Spitzenkandidat for Volt. I'm incredibly honored and thankful to all the Volt members who voted for us.
Now let's win these elections!
Always a bit. No, exactly. We should have paid more towards companies. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here at this full discussion series event called Digital Democracy in Action. And to open up this event to more people than the people who are here now participating with us in Brussels, we have decided last minute to start a live stream on this event at the Volt Europe YouTube, where people can participate also in this event, so that all our members and non-members across Europe can still participate and also ask questions. The guys there in the back will moderate the chat and also raise their hands if there are questions from on the other side of Europe. Also, we will be recording the audio of this session for a new podcast on digital policy, of course, Volt related. If you want to be taken out of the audio recording, send an email to me, Christian Meinsma, at volteurope.org. Of course, we're respecting everybody's digital rights, so also if you don't want to be in the audio recording for the podcast. As I already said, that's my name. Hi, I'm Christian Meinsma. I coordinate within Volt Europe the digitalization community on everything around policy of digital. And we're organizing this with the two guys over there and many other of you. So, we have a nice content for you today. We're now busy with the opening, and we will dive into 3 important topics related to the digital transformation of society. First, we will have a panel on safeguarding our digital rights. Then we will have a short break where we have a short presentation in the meantime on the Alliance for Europe. Then we'll go into a second panel on fostering a thriving digital economy. Also another break and there I will tell a bit more about the digitalization community. And we have a last panel on enhancing digital public services, but also digital government, digital skills, and of course, a closing. So, to explain a bit more, each panel will host 3 panelists, and one of the panelists is asked to give an opening presentation to introduce the topic of this panel. After the opening presentation, we will dive into a discussion between the panelists for around 30 minutes, and then we will open the room for Q&A with the panelists, and we'll also interact with the public that is watching us from home. So, with further ado, we're going into the first panel, Safeguarding Our Digital Rights. And we have three amazing panelists for this session. I want to call first forward Robert Praas. You can come here forward. Robert is an AI and policy expert at the Center for European Policy Studies here in Brussels, and also helped us out 2 weeks ago already with a session on AI policy at the Europe What's Next conference. And he will give the opening presentation on this topic. Also, I want to bring forward John Tomatalo. He works as a tech and security officer at a big pension fund, and he also leads a policy group in the Netherlands on digital veracity, and he's of course talking a bit about that. And last but not least, Sophie in het Veld, our co-lead candidate of Volt Europe for the upcoming European Parliament elections. And yeah, you can sit down, and I want to ask Robert to give an opening presentation on the topic.
Should I use this one?
Yes, that's best to...
Test. Hello. So thank you very much, Christian. Today we're talking about digital rights. And it always is nice when you're preparing a presentation that something happens in the news that you can show, look how important this topic is. Well, this week it was TikTok Lite, the new version of TikTok, where if you interact with the platform, you get paid. And only a few cents, but still a nice incentive to interact with the platform more. There was a lot of controversy, because more time on the platform can lead to more addiction, and we don't want young people that are especially prone to this to do it. Luckily, we have the EU, and with quick pressure, TikTok very quickly decided to stop the TikTok Lite platform, or at least postpone it here in the European Union. But I think it shows that our digital rights need to be protected, because there's enough players, they want to make money, and they'll try it. And the EU is at the forefront of human rights, and they also try to be on the forefront of digital rights. And the question is, what does that mean? Well, the Commission came forward with the European Digital Rights and Principles. And the idea is to promote the European values in the digital sphere. It has 6 pillars. And I'm going to refer to a few challenges within these. We want to have like sustainable digitalization that can use the twin transition. We want freedom of choice, participation, and I'm going to lay out a few of these challenges. Because first of all, we have the digital divide. In the world, 2.6 billion people have never accessed the internet. And in Europe, it's much better. It's only 2.5% that don't have access to the internet usually, which is around 10 million people. So there's a huge gap, but it's already showing differences in the world are big. And still in the EU, we have our differences. If you compare rural areas with cities and towns, we kind of see this pattern between the different digital domains, whether it's on the right safety or on the left communication. There's always around 15% where cities have more digital skills. And it's not surprising, but still something to note and a big part of digital rights. Then we go to algorithms. We know there's a lot of fake news going around, and it spreads usually more rapidly than true news, and that is a problem. Similar to what I just referred to, there's a teen mental health crisis, people are saying. When I looked for this, there wasn't too much data backing this up, but it is a narrative that is quite strong, and I think we can all relate that if you are on these platforms, it's easy to keep scrolling. And then, of course, we have AI, which makes all these things much quicker. Easier to create content, easier to tweak the algorithms to have people interact with the platforms more. And then the elephant in the room is misinformation. I think if you hang around in Brussels the past few months, I can say at least what I saw is that misinformation is the big topic. We have the elections in June, and we don't want misinformation to screw it up. But on the other hand, the World Economic Forum asked experts what is the current biggest problem worldwide, and on number 1 they put misinformation. However, I think misinformation is not well understood. Everyone is saying it's a very hard problem, we need to tackle this, but how? That is a big question. What we see here is a list of 10 possible things to mitigate it. It's from the Carnegie Endowment, and as it shows, there's this wide spectrum of things we can do, from supporting local journalism, fact-checking, changing the recommendation algorithms, and then they looked at, do we know how it works, is it effective, and does it scale? And as you can see, the color-coded, like green is easier, red is harder. There's not a silver bullet. We probably need most of these things to minimize the harm of misinformation. And maybe the hardest things, like changing the recommendation algorithm, could be the biggest game changer, because then more proper content is prioritized. The platforms say they see their responsibility. Everyone from OpenAI, Meta, Google, they have plans to mitigate this. And I think if we look at prior elections, it was the same, they had plans. But the question is, how much of their profit incentives do they want to trade in for, security? That is something to be seen. The response of the EU is the Digital Services Act. Among other digital acts, we have the AI Act, Digital Markets Act, the Data Act. This one is particular, in my opinion, for protecting citizens, that they can engage in the internet how it should be. And it focuses on the largest companies, that they need to do risk assessments before they put out new products. What does it mean for how people use it? And that the TikTok Lite example was especially where this wasn't done, and why they also had to retract it so fast, because the DSA, as the abbreviation is, I think took into effect February, or at least quite recently. And we're seeing the effects, coming. Already the EU started to investigate TikTok X on separate occasions. And the question is, what does the DSA further do? Well, the idea is that you need to flag illegal content, or it needs to be very easy to do it, and there needs to be responses to whether it was illegal. Content moderation needs to be explained, that if your article's turned down, then it's clear why this was the case, and there's even a database of reasons that have been used or can be used to do this. You need to be able to opt out of personalized content. There needs to be a ban on sensitive data and minors, that they get targeted ads, or let's say targeted ads based on whether you're from a certain country or from a certain gender. And especially during elections, there needs to be mitigation. The question is, does this work? And we have a few open questions, which is the DSA says that researchers need to request data, and then or they are able to request the data and look into algorithms or big platforms, how they work. But do they get this data? Do they get the resources to work on this data? How is transparency defined? And then the big question that we'll get into, if there is transparency, what does it mean for privacy? Because these are sometimes conflicting. And who is controlling these users' data? Will the Commission get all of it from the platforms and then give it to the people? Or how can we have some independent body to take care of this? Then we go into other topics. The privacy that can clash with transparency is already partly part of the GDPR. And within the European Union bubble, it's seen as, the GDPR was a bit of a mess. It was hard to enforce it, it was very expensive, and what we see now is what people remember is the cookie banner that you need to click if you need to go to any website that wants to track you. For surveillance, there's the AI Act, that if you use AI to look at people, that's not allowed anymore, as far as I understand. But of course, it doesn't cover all topics of surveillance. And then there's chat control, a recent law that was there that a lot of content like emails, chats, even if they were encrypted, would be checked on sexual abuse, child sexual abuse. But this would mean that privacy would be given away. This act was stopped, but it shows that how far law enforcement can go to, well, want to protect us, but also inhibit our privacy. And this is really quite of a big question that I don't know how to ask myself, but I'll be very curious what my panelists think, what you think, because we want to live in like a safe online environment, but also have our privacy. We want to have our cake and eat it too. And the question is, how? Digital rights will continue because the digital domain is not gonna leave. And whether it's neural rights, so the right to keep your own thoughts to yourself, whether it's the right to use AI, whether it's the right to not live in an environment where bots are gonna decide what you see for content online, that is something we have to work on together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, for this amazing opening presentation, and also to set the tone of this topic, or better to say, multiple topics. We're going to dissect all the topics bit by bit, but to first now go to the other panelists. We'll, of course, come back to you later. I want to first go to Sophie.
You want me to use this?
Yeah, preferably. I think it's better for the people also in the back. We were actually wondering, Robert opened a presentation on the European Declaration for Digital Rights and Principles, and we saw that it was signed by both the European Commission, European Council and the European Parliament. Were you, for example, already familiar with this declaration, and how do you see it now, for example, being used in the European Parliament?
Well, I don't want to be a party pooper, but I don't think it will have massive impact. I'd like to, and I'll try and set out the reasons. One of the issues is, I mean, when I started to work on issues of data protection and privacy 20 years ago, you know, nobody was interested. People thought it was a kind of niche topic. That has, of course, changed dramatically, but unfortunately, the focus is still almost exclusively on what companies do with your data, and you know how they use all sorts of digital tools. What is completely invisible is what governments do with your tools and how they're using, indeed, digital means for surveillance. And so, yeah, this declaration, the moment it has been signed by national governments, it's already worthless, because most national governments are actually quite keen on being able to keep an eye on their citizens, and even those who are not immediately abusing it today, they still have these tools at their disposal, and they may use them one day if there's for example, if there's a different government who has fewer scruples. I've also been working on the spyware scandal, probably well known to many of you, and here we see that all governments, including those who were not abusing spyware at this point in time, insisted on keeping the possibility of using it for political purposes. You mentioned chat control. Unfortunately, you rightfully said that the law on chat control has been shelved. Unfortunately, that law, in its final version, was actually quite good. The problem is that the temporary law, which is quite bad, which is, you know, full unlimited chat control, is still in force, and it just been renewed. I voted against it, obviously, and I'm afraid that the good permanent law will remain shelved, and governments will continue to use the bad temporary law, and it will become de facto the permanent law. Another example of how national governments are very keen on having surveillance instruments is, you mentioned the AI Act. Actually, the law that allows governments to spy on their citizens and allow for mass surveillance is the e-privacy directive, which has been in a process of revision, updating for many years now. And we're in a situation of stalemate. Why? Because the member states, i.e. the governments, want to enlarge the possibilities for mass surveillance. So this is the pattern, and I think this is what we should be worried about. I mean, at this point in time, I think they have near unlimited powers of surveillance. on paper, citizens have rights, the right to legal remedy. I can tell you in practice, and I know this from experience, because I've been litigating these things, in practice, these rights are worth zero. I mean, if the government wants to spy on you, they'll just hide behind the argument of national security, and then your rights are out the window. So, you know, declarations of digital rights, yeah, you know, it's a bit, it doesn't really help. It's not legally binding. It has no impact. It has no value. And I think in the Netherlands, there's been a big scandal, the toeslagenaffaire, where the tax authorities were using algorithms to identify potential fraudsters with social security benefits. And of course, once you're a potential fraudster, well then basically, you know, the burden of proof shifts. Then you're a fraudster and you have to prove that you're not a fraudster. And I would have hoped that we would have learned from that scandal that the public authorities are not always your friend and protector. And that, you know, once it turns on you, that, as I said, you're on your own. You can I mean, people in the Netherlands went to court and they said, look what the tax authorities are doing to me. They're you know, and lives have been destroyed. I don't need to repeat this. And then the judges would go like, no, the Dutch tax authorities, they're very respectable and reliable. You know, they're the government. Surely they wouldn't do something like this. So therefore, you must be guilty. I've been 8 years ago, next month in May, I brought a legal challenge of the French surveillance law. The French are very keen on surveillance. They love it. And I took it to court. It was declined, of course, because this was the mademoiselle, you know, don't bother us with this. This is our surveillance law. So I appealed to the human rights courts in Strasbourg, and I haven't heard anything since. That was December 2018. So yeah, on paper you have rights. In practice, it means absolutely nothing. That's why, yes, the DSA is good. GDPR, I'm not as well, I think it's a very good law, but indeed the application needs to be improved. We have a couple of very good tools to regulate private actors, companies, but we have less and less tools to regulate public actors, governments.
We'll go later a bit more on the topic of the DSA, misinformation, and fighting against the spread of fake news. But to continuing a bit on this discussion, John, what is your reflection on this?
Very interesting to start with, but well, I'm not that black and white, so I do think DSA helps, but I fully agree that one of the institutes who are misusing all kinds of information is the government. So I do agree with that. And when we are discussing digital veracity, we are always talking about, a lot of people are talking about what is true and what is false, and there's no government who has the right to say this is true or this is false. It's all about trust. We are always saying digital veracity is about trust. And the trust in the normally institutes or agencies which we think we should trust, we don't do that as European citizens anymore. So if you look at the root cause of all those misinformation and the fear about misinformation and disinformation, then you should first solve that problem. You have to gain trust again. So in that way I do agree with Sophie that trust is the thing you have to go. And if you make any legislation, you have to look at the process to come to the information and the means to create a quality-full good information like transparency in the sources, the authenticity and the intention of the sources and the information. So not make a law to say this is true and this is false and you have to moderate it and we can moderate it because the exceptions are always for the government. For the how do you say it, the civilians and that kind of, then they make an exception. So it doesn't work that way. So in that way I do agree. But
would you then also
that black and white?
Would you then also say with, for example, legislation as potential legislation like the chat control, we as the government should not say this is, let's say, wrong content or good content, or...
Well, it's about the context. In
Yeah.
what context do you use certain information, and how do you do fact-checking anyway? So I believe in journalism, that you have to create a good business model for journalism, that they can countervailing. You need countervailing power in the social cohesion of every society. So I think you should invest in that kind of stuff.
Sophie, are you wanting to respond to this?
No, yeah, well, first of all, on chat control has nothing to do with disinformation. It's about fighting child sexual abuse online. The only question is, isn't it disproportionate to then allow companies to basically scan all our messages? And does it actually serve the purpose? Does it lead to less child sexual abuse material online? But about the disinformation, I mean, if you already realize that, so the European Parliament is one legislator, the Council is the other legislator. But look who is on the Council. It's the Orban government, it's the Meloni government, it's the Mitsotakis government, it was the previous Polish government, I mean, need I go, the French government. So, you know, none of them have any interest in coming up with European legislation which is going to discipline them. On disinformation, indeed, we're now getting to a situation where there's more, let's say, moderation, more filtering. It may or may not be a good thing, we'll see. But the point is that it will never affect the disinformation spread by government leaders, like Viktor Orban. I mean, you know, nobody's going to say, okay, we'll ban him from the internet because he's talking rubbish on behalf of the Kremlin. So they're somehow in a rules-free area. And the last thing I would like to say, maybe to give us a little bit of optimism. I mean, although in the digital age everything is amplified, let's not forget that disinformation is, you know, has always existed. It's always existed. There've always been silly stories about, about I don't know, women being witches, for example, and it led to witch hunts. So that's nothing new. What is new is the scale, the amplification, and I think we should also use that scale to counter the disinformation. That we're not very good at that. As you say, ultimately it's also a matter of trust. There was today a very funny cartoon circulating on Twitter of a professor in mathematics saying some. Okay, don't ask me. I'm not good at mathematics. Like the, you know, if you have the two sides of a triangle, then it's the. Okay, so some mathematical formula. I can't remember, not even in Dutch. And then there are all the students going like, yeah, right, you know, who's paying you to say that? Well, this is only a theory, you know, it's only your opinion. I mean, oh, it's very woke that you say that. I mean, you know, such a basic truth, mathematical truth, and everything is being questioned. Nobody trusts the source anymore, and that is something that we have to restore.
Yeah, I'd like to react on that because I really do agree on that. To find the root cause, you can look at the past. Even in ancient Rome, Marcus Cicero had lots of speeches in which he uses this information, and what does he said? He said, just give the people what they want to hear, because we all live in a bubble. Also, folk people live in a bubble, but everybody lives in a bubble and likes to want to hear what he wants to hear. And that's mainly the problem, actually. So how can you break that kind of natural action? So it's not about technique, and technique is scalable, it's sustainable, so your information are in the internet and they can't leave anymore. So that's are the technical problems, but the real root cause is ancient. So we have to focus on that and not only on chat controls. I think it's a really bad thing, to be sure. Because you give somebody the means to do a lot of things, and and make an interpretation about what they think it's true and what is good and what is bad. So that's a problem.
We now have, we already talked about it, the new legislation, Digital Services Act, that also tries to find online misinformation. Do you think this legislation is going to work? And we also to Sophie or Jan?
Partly. Only
Partly.
Yeah.
Explain.
Yeah, that's maybe a really fault answer actually. But what Sophia earlier said, it doesn't work for governmental. It's based on commercial organization, and yes, we got a lot of power at big techs, so we should do something about it. So it helps, but we got in Holland the text issue. It wouldn't solve that problem. So it doesn't help all the big issues.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, there's once you regulate something, then evil will find another way somehow. So, but I do think it will help a lot, if only because it makes people a lot more aware. It makes companies a lot more aware. I mean, the whole issue of fake news, disinformation, which is also a bit of it's a modern term, as I said, for something which has been around for a long time. But people are, just yesterday, or day before yesterday, I spent the whole day with a group of 16 to 18 years olds, and we were talking about this. And the funny thing is that they had to draft a resolution together and come up with recommendations on how to counter fake news and disinformation. And ultimately, they all agreed that the most important measure to take was to train youngsters to recognize, to have a critical mind, and to to not believe everything they see, and to also have access to a diversity of sources. So ultimately, the solution, in their view, was not technical. It was very much also about how do we humans look at the nonsense that we are told. And of course, throughout the centuries, ultimately, this is a lot of things that we used to believe have been overcome by science, by knowledge, by education, by freedom of speech, the freedom to share knowledge and ideas. So I'm sure that we'll also be able to counter this one. Although of course it's a big challenge, but the fact that these youngsters were so aware, I found that very encouraging.
John, do you have?
Yeah, it's kind of boring because I do agree. So I don't have anything. I have something to add, maybe. That the problem is not the technique is very clear when it comes to Trump, for example. If he say the election is stolen, he doesn't need any AI or difficult technique. A lot of people believe him. Half of America believe him. So that's the reason that we don't have to focus always on technique, but look at the source and look at the psychological thing of how people are thinking of. So that's really important.
You both are talking about like educating maybe the youngsters more in getting those skills in understanding what is truthful or etc. How could we implement that, for example? And should we do that on a European level to make it more concrete in solving this problem?
Well, yeah, we can make such a proposal at a European level, but I think it's already difficult enough, because one of the things we also identified in the same debate with the youngsters is that in some schools there is time and capacity to deal with these things. In other schools, they'll be happy, if kids make it through the day and they have a decent meal at noon. So I mean, equality here is, I think, equality of arms, I would almost say, is also very important. But an interesting remark was made by, I actually learned a lot from this day, I realized. There were also some teachers there and some history teachers who said, but actually this critical scrutiny of sources is something that we already do in history classes. So let's use the same skills to look at modern sources, if you want, to have a critical assessment of what we get.
Going also to Robert, you gave the opening presentation and Sophie and John already talked a lot about this topic. Do you have any remarks following the answers they gave to the questions, or anything to add?
Yeah, I think
now hearing this.
The idea of the history class is very interesting. The question is, at which course would you put this, like the modern way where you analyze X threats or the social media? Would it be in sociology? Would it be in like history? At history we always made the joke, I want to learn future science because I want to know what's in the future, not what has happened. That is something I'm wondering, because there's broadly in the bubble a lot of talk, oh, there should be more European history in high school amongst EU, and I fully agree. My question is, where can we place it? How can we make this as tractable as possible?
Well, I think it's not only history lessons. For example, one of the things is in Holland you see a lot of unwanted pregnancies. It's because of the conspiracy of vaccines or how do you say, contraceptives are not very good, and it's spread out in TikTok. That's what's now happening. And I think the biology classes should help in that kind of stuff. So it's about history, biology, it's about the education in a more broader sense to make people more aware and about what is happening in the world. So I think so not only mathematics and that kind of stuff, it's really important of course, but you need to have that kind of studies, and it doesn't have to stick to one subject, or I think.
I think we can trust schools to organize this. They will do it at the level of the schools or the local community. But teaching this kind of skills, and as I said, what is very important is that every youngster in Europe has access to these skills, because there's huge inequality. I mean, this country, for example, the PISA studies have shown that the inequality in the education system is amongst the highest of Europe. There are a couple of countries like Finland, Estonia, where they're actually, they're leading by example. And this is one of the things where we can learn from each other in Europe. I think maybe we should all take a study trip to Estonia and Finland and see how it's done over there.
Yeah, and except of study, the countervailing power of journalism is also really important, I want to say, because in some countries they are less powerful more and more, also in Europe. So I think that's one other thing to make people more aware.
Yeah, and I think what you said at the start, trust in our democratic institutions, and more generally in the authority of certain sources, journalism, academia. And there's now a trend which has been started by the extremist parties of lashing out at democratic institutions, talking them down, lashing out at judges, at scientists, journalists, etc. And it's a trend which is too eagerly followed by mainstream politicians, and even progressive parties fall into that trap too often. And I think in particular when we're talking about the democratic institutions, of course we always have to be critical, but if you keep bashing them, then you cannot be surprised if at some point people don't trust them anymore, don't respect them anymore. So let's cherish our democratic institutions, including the European democratic institutions. We need to make them better, but we also need to show that we respect our democratic institutions, we value them, because with all the defaults, we would be worse off without them.
Yeah, I agree. And to add something to it, we do have some technical solutions to help this. For example, if we can use AI to make information on policymakers, and that's really difficult information to get accessible to normal citizens of Europe. So AI can help to make it in B1 language, or make it easier accessible so people understand what is happening in Europe, because there are a lot of people also doing really good things, but it is not seen. And so you should do something about that and then use some techniques for it.
Robert, as our in-house AI specialist, John is talking about using technology such as AI to help in this. Do you see that work, or is there more risk to that?
For sure, we're seeing in education that edtech has been taking off, and there as well with AI being able to generate so much information so easily, that's a very big opportunity. But it's also very hard because we need the people, especially the teachers, to do that, to also judge, okay, does the AI make it actually factually, does it stay coherent, does it actually help us? So this is something, ChatGPT was launched 2 years ago, so you have a big challenge to now see, okay, can we actually adopt it? That is something to be seen. I'm a bit more skeptical than, well, let's say other people in the field that say, yes, this text is amazing, because in education it is more complicated.
Thank you. I think we are at the moment to open the floor for any other questions on this topic. They're here now for your questions. I already see Reina.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out the huge love some governments have for extremely problematic measures. I have a concrete question for you. Like, imagine you have a magic wand. It can grant only one wish. What is the one concrete measure that tomorrow you will make that magic wand materialize to tackle one of the issues that is the most striking and the most dear to you? Thank you.
One. Oh, that's difficult because we have to take so many steps. But if I'm looking at the recommendations we did following our spyware, the abuse of spyware inquiry, I think if I'd have to choose one, it would probably be the one that we need a European, well, we need a definition, preferably a harmonized European definition of the notion of national security. Because national security has become a kind of, in Dutch we would say duizend dingen doekje. It's one of those things you can use in the kitchen to mop up whatever. It's become this pretext to eliminate citizens' rights, to eliminate the rule of law, to set aside basically all laws. It becomes an area of lawlessness. It's like the Wild West. And this is being done increasingly by national governments because there is no definition of national security. And if by invoking national security you can say, okay, in the area of national security normal laws don't apply, and if you then get to determine yourself what the area of national security is, then basically you get to unilaterally decide that laws and treaties don't apply anymore. And that is what's happening at the moment. So I suppose the first step should be to restore the law, basically. The fact that the law always applies and that we cannot have unilateral decisions to not apply the law anymore. But okay, you forced me to choose only one, because there are many others, but this is an important one.
To also actually have this question asked to the other two, if within this topic, what is the one thing of concrete solution you would advise, recommend, or see implemented?
Well, I can't give a concrete solution, but if I could look upstairs and I say to God, what would you do? I would say make all institutes and agencies trustworthy, so people will trust them again. So that would be my wish, actually.
I'll go for a boring one. Researcher access to data. Like I was mentioning for the DSA, I believe that if researchers have access to the right data from large search engines, large platforms, while still preserving the privacy, we can figure out how these platforms can work with less bias, with less misinformation.
Thank you. I also have a question here in the back.
Yeah, thanks. So this year it's 75 years ago that George Orwell wrote his famous book 1984. And about 1 month ago there was a joint declaration by the chiefs of the European police. It was published on the website of Europol, where they basically said we are concerned with how encryption is now rolled out, and our societies have not previously tolerated spaces that are, let's say, beyond the reach of law enforcement. I'm sort of already trying to write a comprehensive reply to the police chiefs, but what would be your first reaction to this statement by the chiefs of the European police forces?
Do you want to ask this question?
Anyone who has an idea how we cannot sort of keep saying, okay, this is again the encryption debate that we've already had for, let's say, ages, but something more deep than that, because that's, I think, for me and also for a lot of people involved in this, when you see this statement, you say, okay, not again.
Okay, I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, if you read 1984 now, you say Orwell was an amateur. I mean, we're well beyond beyond that stage. Second thing I'd like to say about Europol, maybe Mrs. de Bolle should first focus on how she keeps the paper files of her staff secure, rather than talking about breaking encryption. Because they were stolen. I don't know if you know this. It was an inside job and they still haven't found the perpetrator. So that's the police looking over our security, just saying. Then thirdly, I think, I mean, there's been this, I've been an MEP for 20 years, and for 20 years I've heard the same song over and over again. Law enforcement and intelligence and security agencies saying, oh, we need more powers, we need more powers, we need more powers, we need more powers. You know, give us your data, trust us. The thing is, it doesn't work like that in a democracy. Because the other side of the coin is that if we create, because what happens is, they ask the European Union to create powers for national authorities, which are then not subject to European rules on citizens' rights. That's the problem. So we're just unilaterally creating new powers, which are then out of control. That's a big problem. So I would say for any new power created at European level, there should be a safeguard at European level as well. And this has been the big mistake when you're talking about GDPR. We from the European Parliament, we strongly argued for a single data protection instrument which would apply to law enforcement and security as well. And that failed, unfortunately. GDPR doesn't apply to law enforcement and security, and that's a big problem. So we need a European level instrument to safeguard the rights of citizens as well. And finally, I'm a bit tired of all these unsubstantiated claims that they need more powers. I'm very happy to accept the premise that in the digital age, you know, they need to keep up with the bad guys who are indeed making very good use of new digital tools. But it's always kind of very, you know, broad claim saying, just give us the key to your house and we'll promise that we're not going to abuse it. That's a bit much. It's like chat control. Do we want to give the police the tools to fight against child sexual abuse? Hell yes, of course. But do we want to give them a blank check without any control? That's the problem. It's always disproportional. So I'm a little bit tired. I'm also tired of the fact that they are when you're talking about disinformation, they're deceiving the public. They're scaring people into accepting this kind of tools. And I wish that the example of the toeslagen affair in the Netherlands were known throughout the European Union, so people start waking up. Because the public authorities, yes, we should trust them, but you know, trust is good, control is better. There have to be real safeguards, not safeguards on paper, real safeguards that really give people the tools to protect themselves in the case of abuse, mistakes, or otherwise failures of the public authorities.
We also, after this answer, especially after this answer, getting enough comments in the chat on the live stream with enough questions. So I go to Sasha to also ask one of the questions from the chat.
This is mostly to Robert from the chat. Is there a sense on what applications of AI will prevail and where the current push is? So for example, military, marketing, artistic, and so on.
Yes, military for sure. We're seeing that in Ukraine, we're seeing that in Gaza, that with very cheap drones, advanced AI and a high-stake environment, in the battlefield, these things are tested and That is something sadly that well, I don't see going away. Same is for AI text online. Like it's super cheap, it's very easy to create high quality text nowadays. Still, I think people are getting better at recognizing, hey, this word is a bit odd to see, and I see it everywhere now, then usually that's a sign, okay, this is ChatGPT at work or a competitor. I think those are the two like main ones that people think about now. A third that I think is a bit underrated but relevant is robotics, which is not on the forefront, but especially with generative AI now, we can make it easier to use text to kind of tell robots what to do. It's a bit more complicated. So that is one that I would say that will come more in the coming years.
We're getting more and more questions. You had it already earlier, a question.
Thanks, Chris. I'm Taja Kalati here in Vol, Belgium. Democracy, one of the pillars of democracy is media. Guy who's been fighting for democracy in Europe for 30 years. He was the founder of Euractiv, so the first European digital media. He left the company, he sold it to Dutch newspapers to try to ensure that quality news get ranks first when you do a Google search. Very simple to say, very complex to do. And then we uncovered there's a company who does that in the States for 10 years. It's called NewsGuard, based on subscription to all this, yet just do a search on US papers and it doesn't work. I'm mentioning he's got funds, is going to try to do it. Do you think it is a very important challenge to get to do it so that it could help fight fake news? Starting from the American example there, would it be helpful that when you do a search, you get stars next to newspapers, just like you get stars next to restaurants or hotels or airlines when you use TripAdvisor or any of these? Thanks.
Well, I think it could help if you use that kind of stuff, because you make people more aware and you got communities, but you also have to check, of course, who is getting the stars. So this the other way. So I don't have a real answer on the it helps or it doesn't help, but I think to add on multiple possibilities for communities, groups, and fact checkers, and if you have a combination of it, it could add something to it. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I think the key question is who is going to allocate the stars, who is going to do the rating. But I do think we need to think about funding for serious journalism, and we also and we see that also in EU member states that free media are increasingly under pressure. Most recently in the country that you know best, I think. But another problem is, of course, that you have all these associations representing the interests of journalists, free media, and what have you. The point is that they're also media who are actually part of the problem. They're media who are, of course, part of the whole populist movement and are part of spreading disinformation, are part of attacking the democratic institutions, other journalists, academics, judges, and what have you. And they are covered by the same rules. And here we also have to give some thought to this, but this is also something for the journalist community itself to tackle this, because I've been on countless panels with journalists discussing media freedom, but there was never anybody there from, I don't know, Fox News or The Sun or other tabloids or crappy media. And they are part of the same journalistic community, so we'll also have to work on some stricter or stronger standards, maybe, but together with the media community.
You're talking about more funding to journalists, but also maybe stricter or stronger standards. Won't then people like scream it's again the government, state fund media and news, and that's why it's biased, etc.?
No, well, first of all, I think we need to get more transparency on media ownership to begin with, because those who are screaming loudest are actually owned by, in particular in Central and Eastern Europe, there are a lot of media owned by oligarchs who are all somehow directly or indirectly related to the Kremlin. So let's get some clarity there. And they're very often the same who are, for example, you see that they're Orban friendly or Orban connected owners who are also buying up media in Slovenia, Slovakia, and they're going around. We see a problem in Bulgaria. So I hope that the media. Euronews. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah, exactly. So, but I think also in this country we see that political interference in free media is not exclusive for other parts of the world. So let's not be too arrogant. But no, media ownership is a big issue, because it may well be that Orban-friendly media, for example, are always screaming blue murder about how the media. The more, let's say, mainstream media are owned by usually Soros. Soros owns the whole planet, apparently. But let's shed some light on the, let's say, the Orban-friendly, the Kremlin-friendly, the Fico-friendly media, etc., who their owners are, because I think that would be quite shocking.
I heard here in my right ear remark, it wasn't Soros who controls all the media, it's Bill Gates. But let's not have that debate. Though, I heard you also wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, question is we're talking about social media. In my mind, they're not social media. First of all, they're not social. And secondly, they're certainly not media. And that's actually to my question. Why are we even letting the likes of Google and Facebook get away without taking responsibility and actually for the content that they publish? Why are we even allowing that?
But that is now going to change under the DSA.
I don't think so.
Well, we'll see.
Well,
but
actually,
that's
the whole point. It is relatively neoliberal, and it's self-regulation. In the end, how do we know who publishes something on there? And we're talking about the magnitude of,
Okay, but it's clear that they will have to, that they take, or they have responsibility for the content that they are making public. So, okay, is this tool going to be perfect? How is it going to work? Time will tell. If it needs to be further adapted or fine-tuned, we'll see. But I think this is a first and a fairly substantial step in making these platforms responsible, because they used to say for many years, they've said, we're just passing on the message, it's not us. But now they are responsible for, and there are rules on what they have to do if there's not just, of course, illegal content, but they also have to make sure that they're not amplifying fake news. So, and this is, you see Commissioner Breton, who is very active. Sometimes he may be crossing a few lines, but okay, let's cut him some slack and say that he's just sort of trying to create this new space and testing the boundaries. But I think it's going to help somewhat. Is it going to eliminate all the fake news and disinformation? No, certainly not.
No, but if you look at the scale of things, then obviously the free internet, I just got an offer from Facebook to take a subscription for 120 euros a year. Who the heck is going to do that in Europe? Nobody. So, and they explicitly state that if you're not willing to pay, we'll sell your data.
But I'm not following that case very closely. Maybe others are better informed. But I seem to remember that not so long ago, there was a ruling saying that they cannot do this. This model is not accepted.
PDPV did this.
Yeah, exactly. It was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
10 days, something
Yeah.
like this.
It should not be possible, at least. Yeah. I also, from this corner of the room, another question.
Hey, good afternoon. Now I have something that no one talked about. The sources of the tools that we use in our digital life, TikTok, everything goes to China. We know that. Telegram, everything goes to Russia. There is the Lavender AI, the face recognition that is used by the Belgian police, by example, is the same one that is used in Gaza to the ongoing genocide. So there is ethical questions, there is GDPR questions, my digital rights, my privacy, that goes somewhere else that are not obliged to follow the European laws. And we are not working on alternatives. For example, NSO is the same one that makes Pegasus, is the same one that helps the Belgian police to track people in the streets. Can we trust NSO, the same company that is hacking phones of Greek journalists?
But I think here, first of all, on your first remark, I don't think that's entirely accurate. If companies are operating on in the EU market, or even operating from the outside but targeting the audience in the EU, European laws apply, full stop. But the second issue is, and here we also get to the spyware issue, is how is it applied in practice? Is it enforced? And here we have a problem. GDPR, it's easier to enforce GDPR. I mean, I think the Commission has done a lousy job, but at least, you know, there is enforcement. We're going to have new rules to make enforcement tighter. But in the case of spyware, there are rules, but they're simply not being applied at all. Not at all. Zero. Nothing. It's the national authorities who have to apply them, and the European Commission absolves itself from the duty of enforcement by saying, oh, no, this is a national responsibility, there's nothing we can do, which is of course rubbish. And when you're talking about spyware, I mean, it's insane to think that NSO, but also Intellexa, so the manufacturers and vendors of spyware, which is being used both within and without the European Union for political purposes, that those companies are blacklisted in the US, they've been sanctioned in the US, and we are literally rolling out the red carpet for them in Europe. Intellexa is based in Ireland, where it gets favorable tax treatment. It has a special bond with the Greek government and Cypriot government. It is actually one of its subsidiaries, or part of its consortium, is based in France, gets support of the French government. I mean, like, and they're sanctioned by the US authorities, who say they're a threat to our national security. Okay? You know, so, and here, and I'm not going to open the debate on treaty change and institutional matters, but here we do have a problem with the institutional setup of the European Union. Because every time the national authorities hide behind the pretext of national security, which I just mentioned, and they create this area of lawlessness for themselves. Now, if we had real European level legislation and tools for enforcement, then at least that escape route for the national governments would be closed. And here we see that this intergovernmental setup of the European Union is a real killer for this kind of issues. It's really, when it comes to protecting the rights, because we are on the one hand allowing national governments to do whatever they like, we're actually even creating tools for them. We've created one tool after the other. Data retention, passenger name records, SWIFT bank data, I mean, you name it. We've created, every time the law enforcement or security agency said, oh, Europe, we need new powers, we created new powers. But when it was about creating a European tool for protecting the rights of citizens, they said, oh, no, this is strictly national competence. And here we failed. We failed. So this is something that we need to tackle.
Yeah, and to add a small thing to it, the problem is it is seen by European citizens. So we talk about trust, and people see this. People see actually the dysfunction of European and then they distrust it, and then it's very good material for populists, because they can exaggerate it. They can put a loop, how do you say it, the binocular scope on it. So that's really a big problem, what is mentioned here.
Yeah, but this is also something which is very enthusiastically fed by national governments. You know, national governments pointing the finger at Europe for everything that fails, but they are the ones who keep telling their citizens that no, we really, really need these tools. It's for your security. You know, we want to protect your children. We want to protect you against terrorists and criminals. We want to protect you and society from social security fraud. We need these tools. And we'll promise, you know, Scouts Honor, we're not going to abuse them. And then they go off and abuse them. So maybe we should be less credulous of what our national governments are trying to tell us.
We're almost coming to a close of this first panel of today, but we still have some open questions from the chat of the people who are watching from all across Europe.
One person is asking if you could discuss how artificial intelligence can be used by educators to basically enforce current laws that guard against plagiarism and so on.
Quite a heavy question, I believe.
Yeah.
Copyright.
As far as I know, there's quite some startups looking into this. There's people claiming they can see it. Companies, the developers are looking into it. Can we put watermarks? But there's also a lot of reasons why that doesn't work. So this is a work in progress, and the earlier the better, because I'm hearing students' reports are much better than they used to be, at least quality-wise of the words, for obvious reasons. And I think there will be, just like there's a regulator's delay when it comes to technological progress, it will be, especially in this case, the same. So we have, when COVID hit and there were exams, you would have this camera like checking you whether you would be cheating or not. I think we'll have similar tools for the text you write, and alternatively, you'll have to use pen and paper, like in a, or have the classic just one-on-one interview. Those are the tools we have right now, I think.
Yeah, I want to add one thing to it, because people should understand how generative AI and language models work. So it depends on the data which is in it, and it's not the same as an encyclopedia. A lot of people think, hey, I asked ChatGPT for it, and it gave an answer, but it gave a generated answer which from data which is across the internet. So it's not the truth. So that people must be aware of that you can use it, of course, but you need to know what is in it, and you have to understand the content yourself. That's it.
And that's a dream, that the answers become much better, because we use AI for better answers, but we also know when it's not good. That's true.
And technology can also help detect plagiarism, as many German politicians have found out in recent years. So, I mean, plagiarism is not connected only to AI, yeah?
I think this is a good close of this first panel. So therefore I want to do our gratitude towards our three amazing panelists, Robert, John and Sophie. Give them a well-deserved round of When setting up this event, and especially related to this topic of also disinformation and misinformation, we got a request from one of the Volt Belgium members to give a short pitch on a new initiative. And I see him like watching on his laptop, so I hope he has attention, because he is now off to give a small presentation. And again, I want to thank all panelists. Sorry? Don't put the USB stick in.
The first rule of IT, never put in a USB stick into a device, you never know what's on there. That is my with my own antivirus. It's very precious. But you can check it. Should I put it here? Oh, sorry,
Yes, you can.
We have to make...
We'll send a small thank you later on. We'll now move to the presentation of our...
Do we have to move, or...?
Yeah, we can give him the floor.
Okay, yeah.
Does he want the mic?
It's just a
I'm native Eurocrat. I fell into Europe as a kid. I was brought from Italy here in Belgium when I was 1 month old. My father was one of the first workers in the European Commission. And my father was involved in politics, and he told me one thing. Be involved in politics or not, it's your choice. But don't worry, politics will mess with you anyway. So I've been involved as a European federalist since I was 15. And I sort of got out of it. Bad news for you, sorry. Volt is not the first European transnational party. This is Initiative for a Democratic Europe. I was a candidate in EP in 1989, so last millennium. So I got a band of people who, like me, got into European affairs. And 2016 was a wake-up call for many of us. We got Brexit, we got Trump. And all around Europe, but in the States too, and in UK, you saw people trying to activate, to do something so as to preserve democracy. What we did is we created something called a civic tech. Who knows what a civic tech is? I've heard about fintech. Yes, 2 hands. Very good. So, you all know about Cambridge Analytica, right? Okay. So, Alliance for Europe and the civic techs, which are part of ACTE, the European Association of Good Civic Techs. It's just like Cambridge Analytica, good ones. So what we're doing is try to use the technology of social media, of which we have had, and the sociology around around democracy to defend European democracy. Next slide, please. So what I'll do now, I'll let you deal with the technology. So basically what Alliance for Europe is, I will not get into the law. It's we choose German law. We were in Europe, so it's the shareholders are 20 people who all have at least 20 years of experience in European affairs. I think the most famous one is Daniel Röder, who has founded Pulse for Europe in Germany. And we got together with people like him, or Mike Galsworthy, if there's anyone in UK, that's UK Scientist for Europe. And then there's Giorgio Clarotti, there's Christophe Leclerc, who has founded Euractiv. We raised money, and we gave money to people who know this shit. The objective was, in 2018, to get 1 million people to vote in European elections. We got 1.8 million people to vote, as we were audited by auditors, and that allowed us to get a lot of credit, to get more funding, and to get, what you've said, trust. I think it's about people much more than technology, people who use the technology. So that is what Alliance for Europe is around. I will share the slides afterwards. Next slide. 2024 is really a tough year. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Sorry, Christian. I'll jump about this because all this is true. We have elections going out in Europe, but there are elections going out around a lot of member states. And what I use to praise Volt and what works in European circles is that we are standing in several countries, including UK and Ukraine, because we will try to go into the election through Volt Ukraine and Volt UK. So we are really in a critical stage. Please, next slide. And we are going to try to do it. 3 ways. Connect communities for impact, use intelligence tools, and use the capacities to drive effective campaigns. How did we get 1.8 million to vote in 2018? Just the most effective trick was a song given by Queen. It's called Friends of Friends Forever. A concept, hashtag vote for friendship. Subliminal text is, be careful for who you vote. You might lose your friends. And so we had a song. We had influencers like Ania Rubik, one of the top 10 top models, very active in Poland. We got Jürgen Klopp, who you know, the ideal, a German coach for a British company. We got Philippe Lahm, footballers, singers. That's what got us to millions of people. And then a bracelet who said vote for friendship. And the week before the election, all these influencers asked the people who had the bracelet and who followed them, just turn the bracelet. On the other side of the bracelet was written, Bad politicians are elected by good people who don't vote. So a classical psychology tool, getting people to be shamed if they were not doing it. Next slide, please. What are we doing this year? That's our credibility, 52 million people touched, 28 billion people viewers, to, in Poland, convince the Poles that hosting Ukrainians was good for Poland. So we helped in doing that, not for the government, not for the thing, for the good of Europe. Next slide, please, and I'll end on that. We are very, very proud that Alliance for Europe, never thought about it, is now partnered with NATO. I've been anti-war all my life. I did 3 days of military service and I was very proud of being able to get out of there. Today, the war in Ukraine is an existential issue for Europe. I just countered on Twitter something speaking about the Great Replacement. You get all these white people being killed. The Great Replacement is happening. It's coming from Russia. They are taking Ukrainians out and bringing Russians in. That is the Great Replacement which is happening. NATO recognizes that the kind of issues which we have here, fake, disinformation, attacking democratic institutions, is considered a hybrid war threat. So there is a framework called Disarm, which just teaches people to identify fake or cyber attacks, classify them, it's called taxonomy, I love taxonomy, and feed back the information to NATO. NATO will decide once it has the information. I like very much the fact of do you trust or don't you trust the government. I have seen it happening for the last year. NATO is helping NGOs. When such a threat is done, NATO will say, this is something where we will act. And it takes its powers, which sometimes encroach on all the rules, etc., because it considers democracy is a threat, so Europe is a threat, like if it was a war crime or a war attack. If you're interested in the Disarm framework, it's free, you can get a training on how it works. If you want to become a Disarm practitioner, you have to pay our training. If you want more information, just ask me. I won't hold you up longer for lunch. I think if we have questions or anything, it's up to you, Christian. If there's one question, I finished. Thank you for your attention.
We can, you'll be staying a bit longer for at least the upcoming break. So
no, I said I would leave after the break, but you have convinced me. I have to text my wife.
Exactly.
I'm going to go in. I mean, there's a fantastic assembly of people. We got politicians, we got technicians, we got people in the middle. I really want to hear about what you're doing in Köln over there, Christian. So I'm going to stay on.
Amazing. In that case, you can ask him any questions.
Can we not do that? Can we just talk about what I did?
Many companies can't grow anymore because of a lack of talent.
That's why already in 2019 I proposed the EU talent pool, a Tinder that would match EU jobs with third country nationals. That's now finally becoming a law.
It will create a platform to match international talent with EU vacancies.
One of my main reasons for becoming politically active is that our European asylum system is so inhumane and dangerous.
That's why I helped establish an EU asylum agency and fought for an allocation of asylum seekers across European countries in times of crisis.
A system that works wouldn't put anyone in camps, especially not children.
As an aging continent, we won't be competitive without immigration.
I therefore allowed IT personnel without a degree to get an EU visa and to move freely across the EU with the EU blue card.
Our companies need talent. We need to find ways to be more attractive. This bill allows permanent residents to be able to work all across the European Union.
During the corona pandemic, I traveled on empty trains to Brussels to negotiate the 672.5 billion corona recovery package, the biggest EU investment program of all times.
I ensured it's climate friendly and helps the most affected countries. No country will be left alone facing the corona crisis.
Once Russia started its full-scale invasion of Ukraine,
I pushed for banning Russian gas and oil and helped Europe become more energy independent.
With the 20 billion Repower EU program, where I introduced severe restrictions on fossil fuels.
We fought hard to limit these spendings in oil and gas.
Fighting a war is expensive, which is why I focused on negotiating the 50 billion European support package for Ukraine.
The Ukraine facility is a sign of historic support for Ukraine, and I'm proud to be part of the negotiation team. I included more powers for the Ukrainian parliament and more funds for small and medium-sized businesses. But I can already tell you, more funds will be needed soon.
We all know about Orban's powerful veto.
But sadly, very often national vetoes torpedo our common European well-being.
That's why I have pushed for a real European government, elected by the European people with a second vote for European parties and no more vetoes for national leaders.
What we need to do now in this mandate is to give a voice to European citizens.
Have you ever listened to European Parliament debate?
Too boring? Yes, which is why we hijacked the debate with young parliamentarians.
To make it more relevant and fun with real questions and answers.
We all own devices that are connected to the internet, but who owns the data they produce?
With the Data Act, I ensured that we as users stand in the center of the next data revolution, which will be about non-personal data.
We put the user into the center. They can decide. But I'm not done yet.
As long as a mini autocrat in Europe can still block funds for Ukraine.
As long as people are still dying and suffering at our external borders.
As long as we don't have a directly elected European government.
As long as European competitiveness is under threat.
As long as we can't invest and commit to reforms together in the Eurozone.
I am not done yet.
And we are live again. Welcome back at this full discussion series on digital democracy in action. We are going to the second panel of today on fostering a thriving digital economy. And we're doing this with, again, 3 amazing panelists. So at first I want to bring forward Manuel. He is computer scientist, researcher, programmer. Give him a warm applause. He has already in the past helped us out with many digital policies and where he could enlighten us with all perfect definitions of open source and open standards. So that's always great. For our second panelist, we have our amazing candidate for the European Parliament, Sascha Müller. And last but not least, all the way from France, I believe she was still this morning in Lyon, was it? No. Close enough.
Somewhere, elsewhere.
Reina, she also has a company in security and European affairs, and she is our leading candidate for the European Parliament from Volt France. Can I ask you to take a seat? And as stated before, each panel will be introduced by a short presentation by one of our panelists. And for this session, that is Manuel. I will give you the clicker for the presentation. It should be working.
Thank you very much. Does this work?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to this second panel where we want to talk about the impact of digitalization on the single market. And I don't know, maybe you hear people saying things like innovation in Europe in the digital domain. Haven't we lost it already? But think about it. We have things like, for example, Linux. Linux is an operating system that drives all the data centers on the world, including those from Amazon and Google. It started at a university in Finland. Another example is Python. Python is the programming language which arguably powers all of AI. Well, it comes out of a research institute in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. So, is it really innovation that is the problem? Or should we rather not think harder about how to turn the innovation which we obviously have in Europe, how we turn that into thriving businesses? Now, taking examples such as Python and Linux, which are open systems designed and built as open source software, sometimes people ask, do we give our innovations away by making them open systems? Is that maybe the wrong way to go about it? But think about the fact that Apple, which is arguably the most secretive company on the planet, and also one of the most successful ones, if it is about infrastructure such as programming languages, operating system kernels, they also develop them as open source software. So that can't be the problem. In fact, Python, Linux would be impossible without this open development model. So this is not a disadvantage. This is actually the successful way to develop that type of software. So on top of that, in the European Union, it's really small and medium-sized enterprises which are the power, the engine underneath our economy. And in contrast to multinationals, they can't handle everything by themselves. What they need is an ecosystem, a network of parties working together. And open systems are specifically in the digital domain the method to achieve that, which we've seen of the past 20, 30 years works very well. So this is really something we have to build on. Another point that gets mentioned when we're talking about open systems is security. And people argue, well, if we make the source code open, then all the baddies, they can see how it works and they can come up with all these exploits. So maybe we should hide all that. Well, consider cryptographic software. That's the software which we use to encrypt messages, to run authentications over the internet. So arguably, this is the most security critical software. Do you know how this type of software, how these types of algorithms are developed? It's always in open groups, it's always open source software, and it always leads to open standards. In fact, if you ask security engineers about this idea of just hiding your technology in order to make it more secure, they have a slogan, a way to describe that. It's called security by obscurity, and it's not a good thing, because we've seen time and time again that it doesn't work. And also, again, tying into the European context, you can't expect from small companies or medium-sized companies that they can handle all these security challenges by themselves. This is hard work. This requires a lot of funding. So again, only by collaborating a common open ecosystem can we solve these problems. Okay, so this was a little bit of a context for the discussion, some observations. So let's get to some questions which we want to get into. So new technologies, including of course AI. Well, is it a lost race? Are we already too far behind? Something we could discuss. What are the opportunities, but also the risks we are facing from that new technology? But always keep in mind, Silicon Valley is driven by the hype cycle. Whether that's .com, blockchain, AI, there will be a new hype cycle again. It's not going to be the last one. And talking about security, I mean, this has come up already here today. Our environment is getting more and more hostile. There are state actors. State actors are adversaries, digital adversaries, funded by nation states, attacking our infrastructure, trying digital espionage to get trade secrets. So in this context, in this hostile context, how can you expect a small company to survive? Certainly interesting issue to discuss, and how open systems could maybe help you. And then another topic which we haven't had here, but which is often brought up, can Europe, where we may not have the infrastructure currently to host our own cloud services, to produce our own chips, or even have the resources to build them. How can we address these problems? What do we have to do in order to become less dependent on other players in the world? And who is going to pay for that? It can't all be public funding. So we have to do something about this. And we know our financial markets are fragmented in Europe, so maybe this is something we could talk about. Now, all these questions happen in a context. They happen in a context in Europe of regulation. And this includes, for example, regulations such as the Cyber Resilience Act, where we try to come up with measures to counter the threats we've just discussed. And the question always, whether we stifle, whether we restrict our own economy with these regulations. But then, on the other hand, keep in mind, European regulation actually is a trendsetter. Oftentimes, do big multinational firms take European regulation as a blueprint for what they roll out on a broader scale worldwide, because it doesn't make sense for different regions in many cases to apply different rule sets. And it's here, unfortunately, a problem with the slides. No meta discussions. In any case, I don't need the slides. We have to talk about funding as well. I already indicated that infrastructure for safety and security is something which is going to be expensive. And we have the goals set by Europe for the digital decade, where we are already kind of halfway through, and I'm not sure whether we are really that close to reaching all those goals. But in any case, these goals have been set to inform the funding structure which is currently in place. So we have on the research side, we have the Horizon programs in order to foster innovation, get the research underway, which then can be transferred into innovations and infrastructure funds, which tie together to produce products, companies, a digital economy for Europe, and at the end meet the goals which have been set out in this digital decade program. And I'm sure that we can have a lively discussion about how far we are in getting there and what has to happen to make sure that we will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Take that. Thank you, Manuel, for this amazing opening presentation. And again, just as with the first panel, so many topics to discuss. I believe with every separate subtopic you can already fill our discussion, but we'll try to take on these challenges. I at first want to start with Reina. Manuel discussed topics from security to sovereignty to potential lack of funding. What is your first response, or what do you think is in this like the most important to start this discussion with?
So there are different aspects here. One first that I would like to highlight is crushing this fake idea that regulation crushes innovation. You know, we are hearing this from a lot of entrepreneurs that, oh la la, you know, like Europe, they're always regulating. Let's go to the US, there are no rules there, so that's why they make money. And so we want to make money, so we go to the US. You can't be more misguided. I mean, there is a different culture of how rules and regulations operate between the US and Europe. And whenever I ask, you know, a question about like a specific innovation that's been stifled by some regulation, they're like, no, but you see, it's difficult. Yeah, okay, but I have other counterexamples about innovation being actually, you know, prompted by regulation. We talked about GDPR earlier. If I ask you whether 10 years ago you knew what is privacy enhancing technologies, did that even exist? You'll look at me with like eyes like pancakes and like, what is she talking about? You know, the cookie banner, the cookie wall thing, this is a part of what we call PETs, privacy enhancing technologies. And this thing came to existence and to prominence because we had GDPR, where among other things, we had to somehow deal with cookies on websites, right? So we can have a lot of counter examples about how innovation comes in thanks to regulation. And my other sort of point to this in response to and enriching what Manuel introduced is the need to rethink what is valuable. You know, whenever, so in my day life, when I'm not campaigning, I advise small companies, you know, SMBs, and more solopreneurs about how to protect their digital lives and their information systems and things like this. And the question is not how much it costs. The question is how much, like, what do you protect exactly, right? So it's a question about value. And so whenever we talk about innovation, what we are missing is what creates value and how do we want to get that value created. So when every day today we have new startups being created, we had that discussion during the break with Sasha, we see that most of them, they just want to get acquired by a big tech. But is this like a real goal? Is this like the value that you want to be creating? Is this the contribution you want to leave for society? So that's where we need to think about different ways, about ecosystems, about open innovation, about ways where we can create value differently. And that's where legislation broadly leaves place, you know, room for us to play around with this and to address things differently, not about how much does it cost to buy an antivirus, but how much will it cost me to lose my company and the value it's producing for society and for the community it's serving, right?
Thank you. I have a small technical, not like technical in this, policy technical, but audio technical. Sasha, maybe turn around the microphone in the end, because we have, though I believe the different microphones have enough reach.
Just in case.
Yes, perfect, amazing, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I hear the guys back there being happy. Thank you for these opening words after the presentation of Manuel, Reina. Now going to Sasha. You heard many points that Manuel discussed. And following a bit on what Reina said, we need to think of what do we value, and therefore the question also arises, what to invest in. Manuel also said, maybe is it a last race? How do you see this? Is it in certain things a last race, and what should we focus on in investing, for example, as Europe?
Yeah, no, I don't think it is a last race. Let me just start by saying that. And also because it's a race we cannot lose. And I think we need to not forget that if we as Europe now rest on our laurels and say, hey, that's it, you know, we'll never create the next Google and we'll never create the next OpenAI, so let's forget about it, we forget what we are able to do. We have an incredibly strong industrial base. I mean, our economy has been built upon research, innovation, collaboration. If anyone can do it, it's us. Also, and that is going to your point, because businesses like countries and regions that are boring. And we can be as boring as you can imagine. I mean, regulation, and there are examples where I'd say, okay, let's see if we can cut the red tape. But regulation creates stability. And what we see happening right now is that we start to waver on regulation. We're not certain anymore because we look at other regions and all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, different interests, different sectors that are complaining. You need to be steadfast. And once we come together and we decide, then we can go. And no, we're not going to create the next OpenAI, but we do have a strong base in artificial intelligence, and we have no choice. Because artificial intelligence will not only determine whether we'll have the next really nice generative AI or image generator, it will impact whether our car industry in a lot of our European countries will be able to produce electric vehicles and autonomous driving. It will impact whether we can create medicine that is targeted and that actually works and is effective. So it will impact our entire lives, our energy supplies. And I think that is what we need to keep in mind, that we have no choice and that we can actually do it.
And a response on this, Reina?
Well,
can we do this?
So it's, I was thinking of how can I take a contrarian view because I agree with you. So, but if I just say
we can
yes,
also ask
you're
about
right.
the red tape then, because
Oh,
which...
yeah. No, I mean, of course, I don't want to be like here, some sort of a cheerleader for ever stronger regulation. You don't regulate just for the sake of regulating, right? Where we have a problem with regulation, being red tape or something, is application. And we heard it in the previous panel from Sophie, most notably, about we can have that layer cake of rules, and that's what we are having. I mean, some countries through the council sent a letter, not, like 2 weeks ago or something, to the Commission saying, please slow down with the regulating, for the next legislator. So, because we do have a problem with implementation and with following through that the rules that we have come together are actually applied to the companies, generally it's companies, but also the public sector that's in scope, right? And this is a profoundly political problem that we have, which is not solved by technology, will never be solved by technology. You can't technologically, magically come up with more law enforcement to tackle complaints about revenge porn, for example. You can't. And if you go to the police station and you tell them that you're a victim of revenge porn, they'll just tell you don't put nudes of you online, which is not a way to tackle the question, right? So it's the same. We had the discussion earlier about the Digital Services Act. So if I do, notification through X or Twitter that there is content that is infringing on the DSA, there are two levers for my notification to get through and for it to improve overall experience. One is I have to go through the notification system. So it's heavier, right, in terms of elements that I have to fulfill to provide, because you need to make a qualification of what exactly is the problem. So that requires me to, if I'm shocked by something, to provide sufficiently, enough elements for this notification to not be, I disagree with you, so I want you censored, but to be, this is hate speech, this is genocide promoting, whatever. And so that's the first lever. The second one is that the organization that is receiving this functions properly enough for them to take on that and actually respect the law. Because, hey, breaking news, it's not optional, right? Law is for everyone. And so, so what happens? Okay, I go through with my notification and the company decides they don't give a fuck. Excuse my French. So what happens then? Who applies the law? Who sees that, those notifications go through? So if we don't give money, if we don't upskill and reskill the police, the justice system, and so on and so forth, at the EU level, not only member states, but also at the EU level, we can't have nice things. It's just not going to happen. So this is, in that sense, we've proposed in France for the EU elections, where we are running with a coalition of different parties. So in our common program, I proposed that we have a digital rights ombudsman at the EU level to act both as the protector of fundamental rights and freedoms online, but also to act as a counterpower to an ever-increasing amount of power given to specific institutions, both at the EU level, like Europol that we talked about earlier, but also at the national level, where you are getting through some very nasty things that we are seeing, where the executive power, the government, is bubbling and, grabbing ever more control over our digital lives, and where, rights and freedoms, no idea what that concept is. So
this would sound as a clear, more stronger, let's say, legal framework on a European level to keep those companies accountable. But those companies would probably say this is, again, maybe more regulation. Should we help them with that, for example, with funding to implement regulation, for example?
So you do have that sort of frameworks at the national level for specific types of companies, of organizations, not just companies, but also public sector, for specific frameworks. But pay attention to this, because you're creating a situation, if you do that permanently, you're creating a situation where you're nurturing those people with public money to respect the law on specific topics that they are obliged to respect anyway. So it kind of creates a very weird, perverse situation where you are incentivizing them to do something that's mandatory, which is weird, right? And it also creates a dependency on public funds, which is not, you can't be funding through our taxes privately held companies that, what do they contribute to the common, pot, the common wallet? You can't be having 10% tax in Ireland and those companies not paying taxes where they operate, and then still giving them our tax money for them to respect the law. That's kind of a little bit, if you want, weird. And I'm trying to be polite.
Sasha, I already saw you looking like,
Yeah, because I agree partially, but not fully. Because I think we need to be realistic. And especially in terms of, if we want, for instance, a greener environment and people to comply with the Green Deal, I think it needs to be a collaboration where we might actually subsidize companies together with shareholders to take new steps. So why? Because it's also in our interest for them to actually do it, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't then also, comply with our stipulations. We can be really harsh and, for instance, say, no, you then need to pay your taxes. You can't have your cake and eat it. So I think it'll require a lot of really practical thinking about, okay, so if we agree that this is for the common good, that we all need to go a lot greener, how are we going to fund this? And how are we going to do that together with the shareholder responsibility? And how are we going to keep them accountable so that they don't just take our money and say, thank you? So that's one. And I think we have other mechanisms also. Because you say that regulation will not stifle innovation, and I fully agree. It actually makes people a lot more creative. You mentioned the DSA. when the DSA entered into force, I was really amazed because the social platforms now need to give you the opportunity to see your feed in a chronological order. Yes. So an alternative to their algorithm. So it's not Instagram that decides, hey, based on your friends, this is what I'll present to you. You can actually put it into, no, just what was most recently posted. And it doesn't take any of my specifics into account. Who are my friends? Am I a woman? Where do I live? But how did, for instance, Instagram implement this? Every time you go there, you need to go flip a switch so that it actually presents all the data chronologically. And every time you move away from that page, you need to do it again and again and again. Incredibly creative. But so I wonder, should we not have ethical hackers, business people, people who know practicalities on board when we are making regulations to test the potatoes out of it to make sure, how are we going to circumvent this? Lawyers, hey, how can I find a way to actually break this? And I think the way forward is we need to regulate, but we need to do it in a practical way. And so that people can't say, hey, this is too much of a burden because I can't. No, it's in your own interest and you were actually part of this. So let's co-create.
If I may add into this, thank you for that. We have two issues with this. We as a society. One is that we have people who are excellent policymakers, who have never set foot in a practical environment. You know, I mean, and when you read texts like. There are texts that I read for my job, like the Cyber Solidarity Act, for example, which aims to put like a cyber shield over Europe, right? And you read things there, and you see that the people who have written that, it's a lot of wishful thinking. It's related, it translates the way they naively see how, you know, cyber firefighters would work. And you remember the cyber incident you were handling just a week ago, and you're like, no, that's not how it works. And on the other hand, we have the practitioners who have no idea how policy works and who are like, I complain, therefore I am, you know, all the time. Like that's bullshit, that's stupid, that's not, which is partly true. And at no point we have a situation, or very rarely, where those come together and start trying to work out the tensions and the saturations and the misunderstandings and so on and so forth, because that friction that you're talking about if I leave the page, then I have to redo it. This is something that may well be done on purpose, so that you basically fall back to an algorithmic view of things, right? But it may very well not be. It's like Occam's razor. People didn't think about it, right? So, and that brings me to a second question, which is we tend to talk about B2B a lot, you know, to talk about the legislation vis-a-vis organizations. But if you look, and this is particularly true in cybersecurity, we do not have a large extent of business, like of B2C, so business to consumer, of consumer-focused cybersecurity. Because from a business point of view, it's not the winning game, right? Why? Because everyone, if I ask you today, like how many here have a password manager, how many hands are going to be raised? 3, 4?
I think the crowd that is here is actually...
Yeah, the crowd is not representative, right? But if I ask you, how many of you have ransomware-proof backups? Okay, I see the geeks. I'm seeing the geeks. So, you know, and I know half of them. So, but if you go and ask this to your neighbor, to you know, the single mom that is doing the cashier in the supermarket, they will just look at you like, what is she even talking about? I have no idea what that means. Why? Because they have so many, like thousands of micro decisions to take every day.
And cybersecurity, who cares? That's not their first and foremost situation. So, and this is something we've seen with GDPR, is that we're talking about GDPR, about trying to uphold the fundamental right to privacy. And people don't understand what that means because there is no mediation, no channeling of making people understand what it means to actually exercise your rights, right? Articles 12 and 215. So, and that's where we have a problem, because we are not incentivizing, and that's what, when I was saying, don't give so much money to people who already have, for them to just respect the law, is like the contribution that they must have should be slightly different, so that we start thinking about the actual usages of people. You know, like how many here have a phone that is provided to them by their employer, and how many are not obliged to use their personal devices for work? Nobody, right? So what happens if I'm giving money, a subsidy, for example, to a company to respect the law, to implement the law? And with this, that company should, for example, provide personal devices of its employees, and freelancers and so on and so forth, people it works with a few basic means, technology for protection. Wouldn't that be better? You know, all legal stuff considered and so on and so forth. So how do you give back? Because taking is easy, you know. Taking is easy, you know this, that's your job. No, I'm kidding. Christian knows me. So, but different so how? Context. Yeah, different context. We have private jokes. So, but how do you give back? And this giving back, this is something we have not come forward enough to discuss alternative business models that are not captive, that are not destructive, and sustainable development is an excellent example, thank you, that about, you know, we live in an age of abundance, so how do we give back to the people who actually can't benefit because so many frictions, you know, there. Mm-hmm. So that's, you know, my kind of reflection somewhere, and I don't know where we are going.
It's interesting that you talk about alternative business models that actually have these values of us ingrained in it. But here comes the situation that we're in a market in the world with big American companies, investors, etc., where then European companies say, okay, find those alternative business models, but we can get more money across the sea. So how can we, in this talk on digital economy, how can we challenge that? Maybe Sasha has a...
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. Over the past decades, we've seen more and more companies, startups, and especially scaling companies move across the pond and go to the US because of money. And I mean, some of them you'd say, okay, please go. and that goes back to your discussion about the value that you add. Yes. Others, you know, it hurts. Yeah. Not because, I mean, their technology is not going to be developed, because it will be. It's just that, you know, they've started with funds from the European Union, from local communities. They've benefited from a climate that's being created by us all. Mm-hmm. And then they move and then they cash out in the US. And that's not all of them, but some. What you see now is that there's a counter movement. So venture capital, and you can talk to this too, in Europe is on a rise. And why is that? Because of the European Union, partly. It's not where it should be, but investments in growing companies are actually, there's bigger rounds, so there's more money. It's still fragmented, but it is happening because the European Union is de-risking it by co-investing. and by providing grants and loans that actually make risk investors, venture capitalists go like, okay, well, if you're co-investing, then I'll go too. And all of a sudden you see that there's a big wheel that's starting to turn, where if you invest in a company and it reaches bigger scale, then all of a sudden these founders will go out of it, and maybe first employees will create a new company that'll provide an add-on technology, create hubs, and they will go into venture capital and actually know what they're doing. And so there's this ecosystem that is going, but it needs to be a lot bigger. And for that to happen, we need to make sure that we're not fragmented and not all raising rounds in a country, but we need to do it in Europe. And here comes the nice buzzword, the Capital Markets Union. We need to make sure that we can compete at scale with economies such as the United States that are so much bigger, and where if you go to a bank, you want to get a loan, you don't have to check 27 different sites for the rates that you can have. No, I mean, it's clear, it's one market. So why can't we do that in Europe? Because of our own national interests, because we want to keep our own infrastructure. And I hope that we won't need a crisis, an economic crisis, or even worse, with a war on our continent, to realize that the scale of our countries, even if we're a bigger country, is not enough to compete with the US, China, maybe India, and big tech. Because that's another actor. It's not a country, but they're incredibly big. And if you look at VC investments in the US, private capital investments, 2/3 in generative AI last year were done by the big 5 tech companies. So then you know what's going on, right?
Yeah, so this is an extremely important point, also because culturally it's different. Investing in Europe is very different from investing in the US, right? It's not the same amounts, it's not the same expectations. It's because we have a different culture. Again, have a different history, and we have different expectations also of what value is, right? And so what I'm seeing is whenever I don't campaign and I don't work and I don't sleep, I'm advising a few VCs also, especially in the realm of cybersecurity and data protection. And the way I'm pushing things with them is to, instead of creating portfolios of individual companies, start to create portfolios of ecosystems. Like one for data protection, for example, would be, okay, so here is this nice company that does scanning and audit of websites. Okay, but we don't only have websites, we also need to follow data protection requirements in general across, the organization. So it's way easier to have a nice dashboard with stuff that's like surveillance of those processes, especially if you launch new projects, that is automated. And if you are closing in on an audit, you need also kind of reminders or whatever, you name it. Those are things that an Excel sheet does not provide, right? And in cybersecurity and data protection, you can make a living out of being, an Excel expert, unfortunately. So, so how can we take those different bricks and make a house together, right? And so which brings us to another question, which is now every company is sort of an island, because we talked about also standards and things like this. And so it's extremely difficult to make many companies, and that's where venture capital comes with a certain pressure on the product. It's extremely difficult today to make many companies in the tech industry open up and tell them, look, you will have way more exposure, you'll get into way more markets, multifaceted stuff. If you had a marketplace of other, for example, companies that provide stuff that's similar, that's complementary to what you do, but so that I don't need to get to 27 or 315 different websites and try to get and see what I have and how they work together, and if ever they do, and pay actual humans to do copy pasting from one into the other in Excel sheets, obviously. So that's where, again, an alternative business model lies, or at least an alternative revenue stream lies, which is to say, look, you can open things up. So basically your customer stays with you, not just because your product is the product of the year, but because you understand what they need. You have the best combination of things for them to work and to protect themselves. That's why they stay with you. This doesn't preclude them from paying this specific aspect to that company and but they do this through your marketplace. And this is the kind of, sort of, magical thought that's yet to land on quite a few companies, unfortunately.
Before going to open the floor for questions from the public and the public all across Europe, Manuel, you have heard them after your presentation, especially on the topic of alternative business models. What is your view on this?
Well, my view on this is that I totally agree with Sasha. We have a strong base, and we have, I named some innovation out of Europe, but we have ASML for chips, and we really have a lot. And we should not fall into the trap of thinking we have to replicate business models which work in other places on the planet. And we have to play to our own strengths. And our own strength is to work together and not try to create one big mega monolithic thing, but to create an infrastructure of many players who work together. But if many players work together, we need a playing field, an ecosystem in which we can do this together. And that includes regulation, of course. We need rules. But it needs technology too. And this is where open systems, whether this is open source software or whether this is open standards, comes into play. And we have seen this work very well in a lot of digital infrastructure areas, whether it's programming languages, operating systems, networks. But I think this can also work for security. So we really have to take our European approach and scale it up. That's my opinion.
Sasha, I saw that you wanted to add something, so before.
Oh, I can go on for hours, and I won't. No, I think it's incredibly important that we also look at scaling, because you rightfully say we need ecosystems, but we also need scale. And where we're really good at in Europe is to fund the first stages of growth. So the research and innovation phase, we've got great programs like Horizon, and then on the growing end, once a product has come to market, then we have VC and we invest in it. And between that is called the Valley of Death. And the Valley of Death is where you're still trying to get your product to commercialize and you're not breaking a profit and nobody's interested in funding you. And that is where I think the European Union can really help. And it's not by subsidizing, it's, giving access to affordable capital, loans, and have strict rules about what you can do when you get that loan. Don't share dividends with your people and do stupid things with the money. But we need to get our companies to scale. And I think that's where we need to get more funds at a European level to cross that bridge.
Thank you. I want to open the floor for any questions. I already see multiple hands going up. We'll go first here at the front.
Hello. I'll let you hold the mic. Hello. Really, again, a fascinating debate. And I've heard something that I would like to check. I've been a startupper 35 years ago. In fact, the first startup in Wallonia, funded by the Walloon region. And I was involved in SME development in the commission. Until 2005, that was my belief, the average European entrepreneur did not want to grow big, sell the company and do another company the American way. They usually wanted to do like me and my friends wanted to do, build a company for us, grow it up, and that is where we want to live. That's where I told the Europeans, don't do ISDAC because it will fail. It will not succeed like NASDAQ, so a market for high tech in Europe based on this mechanism. I understand from what you say that here you mentioned that people grow big, sell out after getting European funds, get rich, and you said that people are looking for the exit. What is your feeling of the particular area in which we are? Are Europeans kind of boomer generation entrepreneurs, or is I'm a boomer, so, or are they are more like the American way? Because then VC could go in. We had a very European type of VC, much more social than the Americans ones, which were much harder. Thanks for your comments.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, and I'd like to nuance what I see, and I talk to a lot of innovators and innovative startups. They do not want to leave Europe, right? It's not like this image that, I just want to be acquired by Google and then I'll be rich. Some of them do, arguably, but those are not the ones that are in clean tech or are in agri-tech and are driven by purpose. Those are the ones that create like the next customer service app or something, or to sell, I don't know. And these might also be good people. So most of the really good innovators want to stay in Europe. What happens is the lack of European money that goes into it. So sometimes they need to bridge this gap, they need money to grow. And where does that money come from? From the US. There's a lot of foreign direct investments in Europe coming from other countries, especially the US. And what does a US VC do at a certain point? Say, hey, you should move your headquarters to Silicon Valley because I've got all these other companies that can actually help you create the ecosystem. And I've got, there's better regulation here and you can grow more freely. And sometimes it sounds like, hey, you should do this advice, but it's more than advice. So I think by shoring up our investment in Europe to make sure that these companies can stay in Europe, we'll keep a lot of them here because most of them don't want to go. And I've spoken to people who've actually left a bag of money from Qatar, from Singapore, and said, no, I'm staying in Europe. But we need to help them. And another way, except for money, is regulatory sandboxes. I know companies, for instance, in farmed meat, that are moving or considering moving out of the European Union because they can't get their meat, they can't test their meat in the European Union because regulations won't allow them to do that. And if you want to create a sausage out of farmed meat or a hamburger out of farmed meat, you need to taste it. Otherwise, you'll never have a product that commercializes. So by collaborating with these people, we can actually create regulatory sandboxes, and if we also fund them, I think we won't see a lot of people leaving Europe because they don't want to.
Yeah, you need to break the glass ceiling, and there is a glass ceiling in Europe. But of course you always have the students who were at Y Combinator and they want to do it the way things were done in the 2010s. But you still have a lot of people who are like me, who want to grow their activity to help the community. They don't want to grow something to just part ways with it. How we do that, how we support that, that's the question, right? So that's where the Capital Markets Union and building an actual single market, because this is something that, building upon what you said, it's easier for me to sell to American clients than to, say, Dutch clients. Why is that? So as long as we still have that sort of hurdles at home, in our continent, in our union, well, you can't blame it on people who need money to pay salaries to sell to those who are easier to get, right? So that's also a question that we have to tackle.
You're talking about a true European single market. Within the digital domain, also people talk more about European infrastructure, sovereign European infrastructure, and even going as far as saying fully digital sovereign Europe. So organizations and governments having their services on European data centers, having it even way more close on. How far would you say we should go, even going further on our own chip production, and maybe even going like our own materials that need to go in those chips? How far would you say we should go on that?
Well, I think it's the same as if you're building a business, right? If you're building a business, you go and see where your core value lies. It's the same with IT systems, is what do you want to have created in-house, and what do you want to do plug-in and modular so that you take best in breed. I can say that to this audience. So what do we really, really need to not be dependent on American tech companies, on Chinese technology that is coming, on energy from abroad? And I think I'll touch upon that later. Energy is a big one. And it's a minimum. So the success of Europe is in open collaboration, and that is also in international collaboration. So we don't need to build a wall around Europe. We need to determine where the fragility lies, what we need to have as a minimum. And once we do that, and that can be some semiconductor capacity, like to actually make it in-house, but it should also be an energy market that is truly connected and sustainable energy so that we can actually power everything that we do. So we need a strategy for that. And the big one, I think, aside from cloud computing, structured and standardized data and data centers that are ecological, or at least don't ruin our planet even more, is energy. Because energy is the basis of everything.
Hannah, anything to add on that?
Well, see the future-proof thing?
Future-proof.
No, but I mean, you remember, we had that discussion for like 45 minutes when we were doing the specific items in Vought's moonshot. Yeah. And if you read Vought's moonshot, there is a paragraph on future-proofing technologies. All technologies, not just digital, right? And why we put this in the moonshot, it's because that gets to what you were saying about, energy, about fragility and so on and so forth, is if you want to build things that last, what makes them last? What if if it breaks, specific things, important things don't exist anymore, right? So that's the question that we're kind of trying to answer through future proofing, right? Like, what will not produce adverse effects? We thought it was a great idea, but so we may have innovative technologies about energy storage, for example, electricity storage, which, yeah, but it's so expensive now, or it's the storage, it's centralized, so to get it to people in that area, it will take forever, so I need other destructive infrastructures, and it will cost, oh my gosh, how much? So, okay, in future-proofing things, you think about how can I invest into decentralized storage, right? For example, so you will have all that sort of discussions, and that's where it's paramount that we continue to work towards a convergence at the European level, because again, Europe is not a country, so you will never have one, decision maker, however federalist we may be, but you also will have, we need to take into account the specificities when we do policy, also because agriculture in the south of France has nothing to do with agriculture in the north of Germany, right? And again, there are countries where digital technologies or technologies in general will not be done or will not be used in the same way as they will be, I don't know, in France, it won't be the same as in Bulgaria or something like this. So how do we do this? That's where we must invest, including in money, so that we do have a way of streamlining, of channeling goodwill and interesting perspectives and interesting ideas into making them work for the different places in Europe, not just for me in Paris, because Paris is nice despite the Olympics, but that doesn't work in the north of Germany or I don't know where else. Right? But this future-proofing thing, oh my gosh, good luck with this. It's because maturity is different in the different member states, maturity is different in the different VCs, in the different banks, in the different entrepreneurs as well, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, can I add a bit to that?
Then we go to a question from the public.
Yeah, sorry. No, because I think it's very interesting, but one point to consider is if people can make money off it, it might actually solve a lot. So there's stuff that, there's business models that could work, and if they have a bigger market, they will see whether they can adapt to the Bulgarian situation or to the Swedish situation. So what can we actually support that will make money and then the flywheel will go? And what is so critical and will not make money, for instance, climate change, and I talked to a startup that is trying to rebuild the polar ice caps. Yeah, there's no money to be made in that. But boy, if we get that done, it's going to be incredibly good for all of us. So making that trade-off and also letting companies do what they do best. It's like create a business.
Going to a question here in the back.
So hey, I love this, and actually this was the thing I came to see because I own myself an SME in a creative sector, which usually people don't talk about. Europe today is all about IT, digital IT. But actually, SME is far bigger than just the IT startups. And sometimes carpenter is an entrepreneur that we really need to talk to him because he can vote. Because we want to tax the rich. Not the little carpenter, poor guy in Saint-Just, for example. So I wanted to, in your next moonshot, which is very important, please take that into account that I would like to hear more about taking care of all the SMEs, not only the IT ones, because without creativity, where's Europe? I mean, without art, what is Europe without art? What is Europe without creativity? What is Europe without theater, without cinema, without film? And that's something also we are losing for the States, by the way. It's the same story. Everyone who can be a great director of photography, one ticket to California, and bye-bye. We will never see this guy again. So we are not creating any kind of atmosphere, environment, ecosystem to hang on people who could be here to make money and to defend our values. What else? If we don't defend our values, what else do we have in Europe? Common interest? Okay, fine. We have common interest with China. Are we going to defend that as well? So the values is something that we really need to take care of. This one too, when I speak about digital economy, this beautiful thing about a Belgian company invoicing digitally another company in Spain and the other way around. And this flow, and how can we do the best out of it? How countries can take taxes from one side and then pay it to the other side. How things of this, how Volt wants this to work. because I need to talk to other SMEs colleagues to convince them to vote for Volt. And without having, and SMEs people are very particular, I guess you all know, they really know what they want. They want details, they want plans, they want a very concrete proposal, because they would not bite what public can bite. I don't want to pay TVA or VAT between two countries. We don't do it now. Okay, are you going to enhance this? Are you going to make it better? Are you going to bring it back? Someone is going to pay and then the government pay it back. Things like this is very important. I'd like to see more in the moonshot, because I'm really looking forward for our next moonshot, because I think at the end, you know, Volt is growing. It's this 5-6 years, okay. Maybe in 10 years we will be the masterpiece of political in Europe. And we're just working on it. Nothing happens. I mean, no one was born with teeth. We just need to wait a little bit and things will work. But thank you very much. Actually, you are really putting a lot of good basis for this. So thank you.
We should have put you on the panel as well.
Okay,
But
can I quickly respond to that?
Exactly, to summarize it, if I understood you correctly, what does Volt do for SMEs, not only the tech IT SMEs?
Yeah, I think I heard 3 questions actually. First, the SMEs in general. I think SMEs are the backbone of the European economy. And that's not just techie startups, because no, it's every company that is now impacted by regulation. It's now impacted by the whole business climate. And what Volt wants to do is make it easier. And that is cutting red tape, making it digitally more accessible to actually do business, cutting the data requirements. Reporting for SMEs is, it's incredible. Yeah. So that's what we want to do, because it is the backbone, and it's the backbone of our communities. The employment generated by SMEs is compared to big corporations, is vastly more. So the single market, completing the single market, will also reduce the burden on SMEs. Will give them a bigger market to operate in, but it will also help them to reduce their administrative burden. Talk about a tax union, for instance, and to have the same VAT levels everywhere. So those are things. Then you had a question about culture, and carpentry is also culture. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And I think if you look at the Moonshot program, there is a lot in there. It's not the topic of this panel discussion, but there is a lot in there to actually support the arts, because I think it's value-based in Europe, values-based and value-based. Without the arts, our culture is gone. So we're very much, we want to support local culture and cultural organizations. And then I forget the third part.
And we need digital economy to do that.
Yeah, it's culture and tech they're not against each other. We need the digital economy, and we need the people, and the people need to have access, and they need to be able to communicate. So yeah.
I saw a question here already some time ago from the front.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I was wondering if you are willing to make difficult choices. For example, I heard you want to have a strategy about supply chains and the chip industry, for example. And to do that, we could do it, but then we have to start mining in Europe. What do you think about that?
Mining in Europe.
So you will love, but when we are doing the Moonshot, we had a big discussion. So if you read it, there is the space law stuff that I fought to get there. Because, and interestingly enough, Luxembourg already has space law. It's been there for a few years now. What does it mean? It means that if you go to an outer planet or something, and you mine things and you get rare materials there, it's yours, right? Because xenopropriety, you don't have, like, the laws about propriety that we have, they're about Earth. Like, and this is an interesting shift, because depending on who you ask So I teach a disruptive technologies class at Sciences Po Paris, and it's for international students. And so whenever I have Chinese or Indian students with me, from time to time, when I ask them, where do you see yourself in 10 years? From time to time, the thing comes through about, I might be on a journey to settle on a different planet, right? Which is not something you or I have as an idea about ourselves in 10 years' time, right? And I'm not talking about financials or something, just about us dying on a different planet, right? And so, and that's why I wanted us to have in the moonshot that opening about stuff that's already happening, right? If the Indians or the Japanese or the Chinese are going and mining on asteroids or on the dark side of the moon, it's not because they are fans of Pink Floyd. Thank you for laughing at this joke. It's because they know that the rare materials that are rarer and rarer here on Earth are found in abundance there. And then thanks to Mr. Trump, Agent Orange, as we call him, all those accords, instead of going through the UN, he promoted the Artemis Accords to do what? To do bilaterals with different countries. So when there are collaborations about going and mining stuff, the ownership of this is between those two countries. It was an action against China because if he went through the UN, China would have been involved, right? And so for us, what I put in the moonshot is I took the Artemis Accords and I just took their mission and vision and put it into something that the EU should promote at the European level, through the European Space Agency or others, and that the EU should bring forward to the UN, right? So because we need also, again, to think about 10 years' time.
How does this relate for mining in Europe, the continent itself?
We do have the ESA, we do have, in Bulgaria, you have so many startups that are crazy. They do nanosatellites. I mean, in Bulgaria, right? Not the beacon of innovation, if you ask anyone here, right? But still, you get places where you have the technologies, plural. What we don't have is the thing that we've been talking about, is the ecosystem to get people there, mine this, and fund that back.
You would say not mine in Europe, but mine on the moon.
Yes, sir. I mean, we only have one planet that's already dying, so let's go and shit on another planet. No, I'm kidding. But we do have a situation where others are already doing it for us instead of us. And we already have the Taiwanese, the TCN, I'm very bad at acronyms, that is setting up for a new semiconductor plant in Germany in 2027, right? So can we, again, look at the future and think about not how we will be producing stuff in 6 months, but how we will doing it in 10 years, right? So if you think about where you want to go and where you want to be in 10 years, you know what you have to do today. If you think about 6 months, it's already too late. You should have done it 5 years ago or more, right? So that's where I'm going with this, is we have the technologies. We know what they produce locally. And we also have robots and systems. And for what it is worth, I have a client in Australia who does exactly this. They do robots for mining outside of Earth. So this is already here, right? So how do we make Europe benefit from this and start building for this, instead of, just be again talking about how the Chinese are having all the monopoly and blah, 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 blah.
Thank you. Sasha?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because I hear you saying let's not be naive, and I fully agree with that. But what I like about your question is true leadership requires that you make tough choices. I mean, you're going to have to choose between the rock and the hard place. And I think we need to stop pretending that we can just magically use an Excel sheet and figure out what the best option is, and we'll never have to make a trade-off. But as Europe, what we're really good at is, safeguarding the baseline. What is that baseline? What are the red lines? What are we never willing to cross? And if we, for instance, decide that we need to have semiconductor manufacturing capabilities in Europe, but we do not want to mine because we've thought about, what's going to happen in 60 years, and we don't want to create what happened in Groningen in the Netherlands, where people started crying because they finally turned off the natural gas pumping and their houses stopped shaking. We need to then also say, then we'll invest into something else. If we want to have those manufacturing capabilities, is the solution going to the moon? And is that ethically okay? Or is the solution investing in new materials? Or in different ways of fabricating chips, where we need different materials and sources to actually make it? And I don't have the answers. I'm not a technician. I wish I could have the answer to that, because then I could probably get rich and fund all of the really nice social programs. But I think we have the capacity, the research capacity, we have the business capacity to actually answer this, as long as we know what the red lines are.
Thank you, Serge. We're going to round off this panel, but we're still doing 2 more questions. One here from the public and one from the chat. We should not forget that we're also digitally live.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Bianca. I'm currently the media officer of Belgium, but I've also done many other things in my roles past. I'd like to dig a bit further on the question of the competitive edge of Europe vis-a-vis especially the US and Silicon Valley. You've mentioned the not sufficient amount of money and funding in Europe. You've mentioned lack of regulatory sandboxes, the lack of a truly single market in Europe. What about the role of education? And I'm talking from everything from primary, high school to the elite Stanford, which I think brings a lot of people to Silicon Valley. And how much of a role do different forms of education vis-a-vis innovation, everything even from the educational culture? I was myself I've gone through both American and German and French education, and it's very, very, very different how you're trained to not only be innovative, not only to take risks, but also how you're taught to market yourself, how you're taught how wonderful you are or how horrible you are. So anyone who's gone to the French system and American system will know that comparison. So just the role of education, whatever aspect of education you want to touch upon. Thank you.
Yeah, no, as a mother, I would say education is absolutely key. And as a normal person, that's, I would say education is absolutely key. In Europe, I think we have one of the biggest talent pools in the world. We have incredible institutions, educational institutions, research institutions, and we produce talent every day. That talent also leaves. And why does that talent leave? Because they find a better ecosystem to actually work in, and so it's not even money. It's no, I can learn from other bright minds. So I think education, we're doing quite all right, and I'm not talking about like primary and secondary education, because I think there's a lot to be improved there. But I think we need to think about how we handle talent after they come from education. So that is one. How can we offer a really stimulating environment for that? And I think it must be easier for talent to move across Europe. It should also be easier for talent to come work in Europe and then move across Europe. For people to actually take their pensions from one country to another, just a practical thing. And then going back to different education systems, I saw this LinkedIn post just about King's Day in the Netherlands yesterday. So King's Day is a national day, and one of the traditions is that children go outside and they sell their stuff. And they don't only sell their toys, they think of different games to play and to get 25 cents for that to be done. And some of the biggest parks and areas in all kinds of cities and towns are reserved only for children until about 4 o'clock. And that creates entrepreneurs. I mean, they think of all kinds of crazy stuff to do. And there's, in every country, there's, in education systems, there's examples of things that promote risk-taking, but in a controlled way. And I think that's the value of Europe and the education system. How can we learn from each other so that we promote risk-taking in a controlled way, and not the curling parent controlled way where they need to wear helmets and pads when they want to go into a tree, but more like the European way.
Yeah, if I may add on this, I have a soft spot for academia because I'm a recovering academic. And we are drying academia in Europe big time. Like, it's absolutely heartbreaking to observe about, you know, like the absence of grants in different European countries. I think Germany is faring the best for now. So we need also to really pay attention to research, because the average age of researchers, it's not 30 years. It's more towards the retirement age, meaning 55 plus, right? So we need to pay attention to this, because I went out of academia and I know how so many people who went out of academia, and we are never going back because there is no future for us. And also there is no common retirement scheme in Europe. So for me, I've been trying for 10 years to get, because I did my PhD in Germany, so I've been trying to find ways to get 3 years of my life in terms of retirement funds and points and whatever back to France, and nobody knows how to do that. But so how do you get people to move around and not worry about tomorrow if nobody can tell you what tomorrow will look like, because you don't even know how to get your retirement points from one country to another country? So, and then we get to another point, which is when I went out of academia, it was a nightmare to reskill and get into and get recognized as someone who has already some sort of professional experience, and not start as a junior, someone who is just out of the master's, right? Because I can promise you 3 years of research where you manage your budget, where you have 2 interns, that teaches you stuff. You're not someone who is just out of the university. And, you know, so how do we get that recognition? And it's also valid if we want more diversity and inclusion in tech, where we don't recognize to their just value people who come from other sectors of activities and who have other experiences. I've seen so many, it's generally women coming from legal or product or something, and they want to do something more technical, and everyone's like, oh yeah, but you're just a beginner. She's like, no, I'm not a beginner, I'm 40, I've been managing teams of 10 people for 5 years, I'm not a beginner, so you are not going to pay me a beginner's salary. And they can't find a job because they require too much, which is like, yeah, but she still has an experience. So how do we make that pluridisciplinarity that is absolute prerequisite to thrive in today's world? How do we make value, give the value that it deserves to those people? And how do we keep them? Right? Because who here hasn't turned down very interesting offers from American companies that recognize your profile, right? So,
with that, I want to close off this second panel of today. I think a lot of us can use a good cup of coffee. Before I let you all go towards the other room for a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, I, of course, first want to thank this amazing panel for discussion on digital economy, Manuel, Sasha and Reina. Give them a big round of applause, of course. before we go into the panel, I have a few words on the Digicom. We're organizing this event with the digitalization community of Volt Europe. We're helping out on all levels in Volt, European, national, even locally, with support of politicians in their work on the digital domain, of course helping out with writing the different election programs, and also now in trying to make the digital domain a more interesting topic for Volt and outside Volt to talk about. So join us on the discussion on the different workplace pages. You have here the link, volt.link/digicom. We just decided we're going to do another event the Friday before the General Assembly of Volt in November. We're going to organize an event, maybe it's something of a hackathon, would be fun. So join us there as well. And now, without further ado, the break. Let's be back here at 4 o'clock. Because
can go for it whenever.
I'm super proud that we finally managed to get a majority in the European Parliament to open the treaties of the EU, which is exactly what Volt wants to do. Fix the EU to make it more democratic and better.
Having kicked off my work as the first deputy mayor for a smart city in Germany.
Working on digital accessibility in the province of Groningen and getting across the council a vote for accessible websites.
My highlight is that we put some money into best practice that I found. The concept is that you have so many kiosks in the city, and just one day they open up and they play music, and it's like a festival in the whole city, and you support the culture.
I'm very proud of the new parking system we are involved in Bonn. It means everybody is allowed to park anywhere, but nobody will get it free.
I'm super proud that we got elected in all the provinces we participated in the Netherlands during the elections in March.
Before, the domain of digitalization, ICT, etc. is very important. So let's also give your amazing attention also to the panelists of this last session, and of course to the people watching at home across Europe. Eric is already waving. For this last session, we have a panel on enhancing digital public services. It's a broad term. I think we're going to discuss again many subtopics within this domain. And Eric is one of the panelists. Eric is our municipality councillor from Enschede, but I think he's going to tell a bit more about himself as well. And then at the end he will announce himself the other two amazing panelists. So
you saw my slide already.
I saw your slide already. Eric, the floor is yours.
Yeah, super, thanks. And first of all, Christian, thanks for organizing. Do I also need a mic?
No, if you speak loud enough. Not for the live stream, but for the people in the back.
I will try to speak loud and clear. Yeah, so we're going to talk about enhancing digital. Where should I stand? Should I stand here? We're going to talk about enhancing digital public services. And first of all, why am I talking about enhancing digital public services? First of all, because Christian asked me. So thanks for organizing this event.
Then you don't have a choice.
I find it already fascinating, indeed. So I'm Eric. I'm 30 years old. I'm living in Enschede, which is here, for those of you who don't know.
Where is Brussels?
Brussels is south of Antwerp. It's off the charts.
You're here in Belgium with a map that just cut off Brussels.
I mean, Brussels is not the center of Europe.
But Enschede.
Okay, Enschede is also not the center of Europe. I heard from a Slovenian that Slovenia is apparently, but yeah. So I'm living in Enschede. I'm in the municipal council there, but I'm also studying my master's in cybersecurity at the University of Twente for a lot of years already. But life brings you a lot of interesting things if you go into the world of cybersecurity and IT. I try to specialize in especially the impact of digital innovation on society, and specifically sort of the toxic and ruthless anti-social media and alternatives for big platforms that I do qualify as social media. Someone in the room already said it this morning that maybe we shouldn't call everything social, and I wholeheartedly agree. Furthermore, in my reading, I focus on causes, prevention and countering of mental health problems, which is related, of course, to digital platforms, digital inequality and digital skills. And lastly, today my 2 weeks of interrailing starts for the European campaign, and I'm going to Spain. So, digital public services. First, what are we talking about? Can I hear some ideas from people in the room? What is the thing you think about when you are asked or when you hear this term, digital public services?
Online taxes.
Can you repeat it?
Online taxes.
Online taxes, all right. Here in the front.
GovTech.
GovTech, all right. Xander in the back. Yeah.
Communication apps or mail, things like this.
Mail, but then it's a public service. Is mail always a public service?
Not always, but
could be. Super interesting. Let's do two more.
Well, tools for authentication like BED or GD in the Dutch.
BED?
EID.
That's probably the Belgian ID. Okay, yeah.
It's me.
Yeah, and then you? Christian behind. Yeah.
Like booking an appointment with a commune online or something like that, I think it all goes under the digital public services.
Okay, so it's a wide range of things, basically things that you have to do, and sometimes it can be easier if you can do it online, right? I think that currently, if you look at least the local digital, let's say the local political landscape, digital affairs is not at interest to most councillors. And also, if you ask them digital public services, they might also say, yeah, sort of the tax, that we can do that online, that's handy. And sometimes you then talk with people in Germany and they have to do everything still on paper, and then you realize, okay, yeah, that's actually an advantage. But I think people often don't realize that also in digital affairs, even on a local municipal level, there are a lot of decisions that you can make that influence the world. And there was a report by the Rathenau Institute, which is a well-known research institute in the Netherlands, that also said that people, and especially local politicians, still think that technology is neutral and objective, and it's only interesting for experts or practitioners. But it's actually a topic where you can make a lot of influence, and I think it's up to us also, the people in IT and politics, to tell people that even though it might seem as a topic where you can't really connect with your citizens, it's actually a topic with a lot of influence on the world, especially if you don't pay attention to it and it goes wrong. So why is it important, and why should it be on the agenda of politics? I think there are a lot of aspects in digitalization where you have to balance, or you have to choose between different values. And dependent on the values you choose, the direction in which you go can differ a lot. If you do it wrong, it can lead to injustice. And I want to give one, and it was already mentioned earlier today, but a very, very telling example of what can happen if it goes wrong. So in the Netherlands, we had the Dutch childcare benefit scandal. And just to give you some numbers, 26,000 parents with in total 70,000 children, and then the parents, they were wrongly accused of making fraudulent child benefit claims by an algorithm. They had to pay back money, sometimes more than 100,000 euros. And more than 1,000 children were forced out of their parents' homes. The newspaper headlined, "Divorced, unemployed and depressed." And it talked about the mother filing an abortion because of her financial situation and depression. And remember, this was all because of a bias in an algorithm, because these people did not do anything wrong. And the bias in the algorithm specifically targeted parents, and then even more specific, single moms with their family roots in foreign countries. Now, let me scroll back to my text. This bias in the algorithm is sadly not reflected in the report that was commissioned by our national parliament. The title of the report was Unprecedented Justice. And it said something like, we need eye for the human dimension. Human dimension should not be lost. And maybe we need more empathy in the implementation of regulation. We shouldn't only look at efficiency. But then there is no word in the entire report on digitalization, on machine learning, or AI. Only if you look really good, there is one small mention of a self-learning risk classification model. Now, we all know that's AI, but mostly when we talk about AI, we hear fancy stuff. We hear cool tools that you can chat with. But this is also AI. And now the most shocking statistic of this whole scandal, very sadly, from the 70,000 children of this child benefit scandal, families, 482 children have died in the meantime. This is what digitalization can influence if you, in your role as an elected representative, don't take it seriously. So I agree also with the speaker of this morning that this is a story that should be spread all among Europe and not only something that is well known in the Netherlands. Now, after the sort of what happens if it goes wrong, this was just one example. Let's go to how we can make it positive. I already asked a question earlier about 1984. The book was written 75 years ago, and I think we should realize that living in freedom of association, freedom of expression, is not for everyone in our current world. So we as elected representatives have to be aware of our role, and we should think about, okay, which decisions and which safeguards do we need to take on an individual level, but maybe which safeguards and which things can we do also on a higher level, so that not only if one cybersecurity person like Inge in Eindhoven or me in Enschede is in the council, the topic is taken seriously. How can we make sure that the topic is also safeguarded if there's no expert in the room? Now, let me go to my next slide. I think it's nice to try and get a little bit of a glimpse of the future, what might happen. And someone here said email as a digital public service. And I think that's happening sometimes, right? So if you work, for example, at a local government, you get an email address from your employer. Now, what I hope is that in the future, we won't only get an email address from our employer or from our school or from our municipality, whatever you want, but we will also get an online identity where we can post our social media things, where we can subscribe to others posting things. So I hope this sort of is also something that will happen in the future, that the scope of the digital public services will expand to how people are nowadays seeing and using the internet, which is mostly social interactions. Currently, the social interaction world, anti-social media, is not public at all. And for a lot of people, we in the Netherlands, we are quite sort of luxurious with our internet, but for a lot of people around the world, internet equals Facebook. So internet is not public at all. There's not a percentage of their internet that is public. It's all commercial. And that's having disastrous consequences. And I only have to mention, maybe for those of you who know it, what happened in Myanmar. There's been a lot of research on the influence of Facebook algorithms, the fact that there was no moderator speaking the language at the company Facebook, which led to terrible, terrible things in Myanmar. So I envision that people will know exactly in the future where also their data, which data of them is collected by the government. For example, if you have cameras in the city, I envision that you know, okay, this camera is used for traffic control, these and these algorithms are used, that all these things are open. And I think one nice example here in Belgium actually is that Flanders is now providing their citizens, or they're starting with it, a social link data pod. So Solid, maybe you've heard about it, for their personal data. I think also that governments and municipalities, they will have to make a change because they are knowledge-driven organizations. And I think that basic digital skills will become core competences that span all departments of a municipality. Sometimes I still hear people, I think I also have a slide about this. I still hear also in the government that people say, yeah, we have to make some cuts because of budget, but yeah, because of AI we can ditch some people, right? And I think that's not the way you should talk about your people. I think you should say, we will invest in digital skills and competences of our people so that they can use modern tools to help them with their work. But then we should also realize that tools are not neutral. So the political frames for which type they can and they are allowed to use technology should be in the digital strategy of a municipality. It should be discussed by the politicians. For example, we may write in that strategy that all communication from physical letters to social media posts aimed at making a certain point or explaining something to our citizens should be written from scratch by humans. The shorter the better. And that's, of course, on the contrary to what's happening now sometimes, that especially if people think, it's sort of sort of a posted thing online. I don't really know for who I'm writing it. Let's use generative AI and generate some credible sounding text. I think that's the wrong direction. So what's happening now in Enschede, it's actually this. You can't read it, of course, but it's a motion that I worked on for about a year. Talked with all my colleagues, and in Enschede you have to know that we don't have a digital policy at all. So I wrote not 1 page, not 2 pages, but 3 pages of, okay, why we need a sort of an integral digital policy for our city. And I added some numbers like, okay, we're paying for this year, so not the total cost, but our budget is incremental. So in this year's budget we have about 1 million, bit more, extra costs than last year, only on IT. And then people actually start to listen, okay, so you say it can be cheaper if we do things more together with other municipalities, maybe we should look into it. Now, Enschede is of course not the only city who's doing this. Amsterdam already has, for a lot of time, a digital city agenda. I think these are all topics that you need to think about currently as a municipality, but so far my city didn't have an agenda at all on this topic. I think also Volt is doing a good job. So we have Eileen in Frankfurt, who's the alderman on digitalization. We have Maral in Wiesbaden, also a Volt Dezernent, I think it's alderman, right, in English, in Germany as well. And we have Holger Klutzner in Darmstadt, who also wrote a sort of a 13-page explainer on, okay, where are we going if we talk about the digital city. So I think it's important that we take it seriously, but at Volt I think we're doing a good job. I think also, lastly, in government procurement, we should look for coalitions, more than just having commercial companies for each municipality. Sometimes we have a thing that every municipality in the Netherlands needs. We have 340 municipalities. There's only 3 companies providing that commercial license. So they make the same they have the same tender every time, and then the governments can only choose between 3 commercial companies. Now we're all actually implementing the same gemeentewet, the same sort of municipal state law. So I think this is really bullshit that we let this to the commercial domain. And I think we should just say, okay, maybe with the 10 biggest municipalities, let's join forces, create an IT department, shared IT department, make something and then make it a bit modular so that other municipalities can build on top of it. This is actually already happening in some parts in the Netherlands. It's going more and more. One example is OpenStad, openstad.org, which is built by the municipality of Amsterdam, but it's now also going to be implemented in Enschede and is used already by more than 10 municipalities in the Netherlands. I'm going to add this one from, I like this quote from the Breda, the municipality of Breda, their digital strategy. It's not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And I think especially in this time, you need to take digital competences seriously. Also, if you're a municipality, we're employing 1,600 people. We really need to take also the digital skills of our employees seriously, because then they will be adaptable and responsive to change. The last thing I want to say is that I think really the most interesting part where we're heading is coalitions. And there's one coalition I want to highlight. That's the Public Spaces Coalition. You see it in red in the middle. It's a coalition of public organizations looking to create public spaces in the digital world, just as we have public spaces in the physical world. Think of parks and libraries. Partners include the Royal Dutch Library, the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, University of Groningen, Municipality of Amsterdam, big cultural organizations, and the main Dutch public broadcasters for television and radio. What they do is they put all the tools that one of these partner organizations uses through a sort of digital washing kitchen. They check how the tools score on a sort of a ladder of public values, and then they advise on alternatives that actually have a sort of that align better with their public values. And if the alternative doesn't exist, the idea is that all these partners together build their own open alternatives, and they're already working on it. Their conference is on the 6th and the 7th of June. So if you have nothing to do during that day, except for voting, of course, then I can highly recommend to go there. There are also people from Belgium and Germany joining. And I think this is actually, for me, the main example of what we should be doing more. This was it. Let's have a panel discussion together with Inge and Christian.
Thank you, Eric, for this opening presentation. Of course, you can sit down yourself there as well. The other two panelists for this last session are Inge Tecklenburg. She is our Volt representative of the municipality in Eindhoven. And we have Christian Glashagen, expert citizen and extended council member of Volt in Cologne. Give them a warm applause. So, I won't start with Eric. He had his whole starting presentation. Just wanted to actually start with Christian. Eric already gave quite a few examples in the Netherlands, but also our work as Volt in the municipalities in certain German cities. How is this going in Cologne?
It's, let's say, with mixed feelings. There's a lot of things which are going well, especially in Cologne. You mentioned Wiesbaden, Darmstadt, Frankfurt. The first city where we had a huge impact as Volt was Cologne. Even before the votes in Darmstadt or Wiesbaden, we reached 5% in Cologne and established a digital board, kind of as a subsidiary to the parliament, to the local parliament, and created with this a new environment for digital topics within politics or local politics. I think one of the major benefits was already that we just announced this, right? So coming from a world where politicians don't care that much about digital services and they think like it's a self-proclaimed thing and nobody needs to talk about this, you need to emphasize this more. And already announcing to have a board like this where you talk about digitalization in the local government, this gives already a lot of power to this board and to the people to really enhance digital services, which is a strong word for Germany especially, because digital services in Germany are far behind of what you would expect. And the tax example is maybe one which is not correct anymore because you can do it online, but it's still horrible. So, but beyond this, we made a lot of impact with this digitization board, which started around 2021. And since then, we put a lot of motions or proposals to the local parliament and to the city on what they should do. And this was a huge success. And I can maybe share later a few success stories about this, but maybe as an introduction now.
Thank you.
I will stop here.
Now going to Inge. Oftentimes, if it's related to digital, then Eindhoven is often in news for the companies around and in Eindhoven, but that's not what we're talking here about today. Can you shed some light on like digital public services or digital governments from Eindhoven perspective?
Yes, and actually another thing that Eindhoven unfortunately sometimes makes the news with is that we are under surveillance of the Dutch Data Protection Authority because we have been in the past a little bit too forward with digitalization in a way that security, data protection, also privacy aspects were not sufficiently taken into account. So that's also something that when we're talking about digitalization, I think it's very important to realize, and I can imagine that from a German perspective this is a little bit different, but digitalization is not a goal in itself. It should always be used for, to improve services or to maybe be able to work more efficiently, but not because it's so cool to digitalize.
It should not be the goal by itself.
Yeah, and also from the perspective of innovation, innovation can be sometimes for some people be so cool that they kind of overlook the ethical aspects. And I think a nice example that we do have in Eindhoven now is also partially a result of this issue that we had, is that we have an ethical commission and they have meetings 4 times a year and they can give advice on the ethical aspects of digitalization.
Now going back to both, I think, Eric and Christian, where do you see the main point that the slide is gone, but where do you see the main point that digitalization was so far not on the agenda of the politicians locally for so long? Where is it non-interest, non-competence, so to say? What do you think?
I think it's like always, it's like a multi-dimensional topic. You can talk about a lot of aspects here. I think one of the major aspects I see is like already understanding that the digital transformation is something that happens around you. And that's kind of an understanding which was not there with the local parliaments, to be honest. So maybe with a few people there, out of 90 people who were voted into the local parliament of the city Cologne, you could say maybe 10, 15 people, they have an extended digital skill set and they are digital natives in some way, or they have a tech background in any meanings. So they already knew this, but the rest of the parliament was not aware that this digital transformation is happening around them. So, and they neglected this mostly, and they don't accept that this is a transformation which is not waiting for them to start and that it will happen around them. And they basically really neglected everything what was going around with digital topics. And I can also say or give the example of Lutz, who is sitting in the Parliament of Bonn, here within our crowd. They still don't accept that this is a major topic. So they have not announced the digital committee as a subsidiary to the main parliament, just as a lower ranked one, because they don't think it's that important to put this on the agenda. So this is still going on in the local parliaments in Germany, definitely.
Eric? Yeah, and I think maybe to add, so what I said from the Ratena report was that they found that at least in the Netherlands, and they looked only at the Netherlands, that a lot of local politicians didn't see it as a topic where they could connect with their citizens. And of course, for local elected representatives, that's very important. I think what I also see is that people don't realize sort of how important it can be financially. So for example, we have like vergrijzing in the Netherlands, which means basically larger share
Graying
of population,
population,
becomes older. And I found it so interesting that I heard from someone that said, well, you can save a lot of money by giving basic digital competences trainings to people who are now not in need of zorg, care.
Healthcare.
So people, let's say, who are 60, maybe end of their 60s, who are not needing care, because if you give them sort of a few years of just basic digital training now, like once in a while in the library, then in 20 years, when they will need care, they can make use of the sort of the e-health care that's happening then, because we won't have enough people to treat people like everyone physically. But then a big factor, if you can actually make use of that e-health, is basic digital competences. So I think you can really also, and I mean, open source is also, of course, also one aspect. You can save, as a municipality, a lot of money by thinking really about your sort of your procurement, what I also said in the presentation.
I was actually thinking about, I don't know if the slide is still in there on the digital skills, maybe a bit further.
Yeah, it's
by accident still.
Interesting for
Germany. This is a slide of a review, a study on Europe about basic digital skills in 2023 across the board of all the different countries. And you see that on average, 65% of people in the EU between 16 and 47% have basic overall digital skills. But that means 44% don't have basic digital skills. You see this, Norway, Switzerland are some, maybe Finland, Netherlands are some outliers here. But you see many countries where it is even way lower than, way higher than that 44%. You just mentioned digital skills. Is not now more the problem that, not the problem of that we should give some basic digital skills to young people, but more older people or minorities who have had less digital skills in the past and have now problems with accessing public services because of that lack of digital skills. What's your view on that?
Can I respond?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that it says here 16 to 74, because in the preparation also for this panel, we discussed how do we take the elderly or people who have maybe less skills from their past. But I think it's important to realize that digital skills, that being able to navigate social or not so social media is something very different from being able to navigate digital government processes. And personally, I think it's really weird that as a government, we have made digital processes so complicated that we now have so-called IDO's, which is Informatiepunt Digitale Overheid. So it's a place usually in the library where you can go and then they help you to do digital stuff with the government.
Such as your taxes.
Such as your taxes. Well, it would make way more sense when you are making your digital process to make it accessible for as many people as possible. And I'm not talking about people who lack the basic digital skill to know how to use a mouse, for example. But I think processes should be so easy to begin with that you don't need a lot of skill to use them.
Maybe to add to this, another topic is not only missing skills, but also barriers, which are kind of built into the processes you mentioned. Kind of easy example is like language barriers. Yeah? So Cologne is one of the most multicultural cities in Germany, and has like, I don't know, 140 different nations within the city. So there's a lot of different languages going around. And until a certain point, the whole government pages were not even accessible in English. So if you're not capable of speaking German, first of all, it's already a hard step. Second, government language or governmental German is even far beyond that. So it makes it really not accessible for people. And now, for example, that's something we changed in Cologne. We added 27 languages by Depot, together with a Depot company, which is located in Cologne. We added 27 languages, and we're going for more and more languages so that the people have no barriers in language already. But there are also other barriers like easy language or simple language. I don't know what the perfect English term is for this, but like making it more accessible for people who have some deficits with language in general, or for people who don't understand German governmental language. Yeah, so already this is creating a barrier which you need to overcome, and that's very important also to look at these barriers and make sure that these barriers get less and less.
Yeah, so I think it's not just about digital literacy, but also literacy in general. And I think this was also mentioned in the first panel when it was about teaching digital things in school. Children already have to learn a lot of stuff in school. Being in school itself is maybe sometimes quite hard if you don't even have a proper lunch to eat, for example. And then the other thing that I really liked about the first panel is when they gave the example about history and knowing about your sources. Actually, I can relate to this from my own experience that even 30 years ago, I really liked this in my history class. So I think when we're talking about the skills that you need to navigate digital processes, it's not just digital skills, it's also skills on other aspects as well.
Yeah, and maybe one thing to make it also very in sort of the actuality, what we see now happening, and especially this year, is that the internet gets polluted with generated bullshit, where the skill of finding a trustworthy source is becoming increasingly important. So exactly what Inge mentions, the skill of thinking about sources, thinking about, okay, for which type of information is which source a credible source, especially with the whole internet of polluted, poisoned, generated bullshit. That's maybe even the #1 skill. And I think that's sadly also what you see with a lot of people going sort of into the fabeltjesfuik, the conspiracy rabbit hole. It's known that, especially by the platforms that are, well, what we talked about already earlier, that are made to sort of draw you in and keep you engaged, that their disinformation is usually spreading at a much higher rate than true information. So sort of even the whole sort of digital sphere where most people spend their time in, it actually draws you towards misinformation. And that's going to be a challenge not only for the youth, not only for the elderly, but for the whole population to up those skills.
I think indeed in the first panel we discussed this very broadly, but still it's good to say it again. Also within enhancing digital public services, you need, I would say, a capable digital government itself in providing those digital services. And Eric already mentioned it a bit in his starting presentation. You see across the board in Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, France, field government IT projects. How is this still keep going wrong? Do you have any views on that?
Where should I start? So no, but let's start with one major aspect. So the people who are working for the government in Germany, at least, they don't earn as much as in the private sector. That's, I think, hopefully maybe common knowledge, but it's not like a small percentage. We talk about like, in a private surrounding, like where I'm working, I'm earning twice a month than what someone who's working for the government is earning there. So which means already you have a competition in itself. Where do you go? And if the market in Germany for IT people or people with a tech background is extremely rare to find these skills, to find these people, which means there's a huge competition around the same people, and the government has no chance to compete with the with the private sector. This is a huge issue for the local governments, also for the national government, doesn't matter, because they can't pay the salaries the private sector is paying. First of all, that's one thing, which makes a big issue, because you don't get the people you need to tackle certain things or to build up a digital environment. Doesn't mean they don't have some people like these with these skills, but nevertheless, it's hard to get the right people. That's one thing. And another aspect I see, or a major aspect, is in Germany especially, there are a lot of laws against a certain technology grow. And just to give you a good example, is like we have in our, we have local parliaments, and we have these, how they call it, national parliaments, like North Rhine-Westphalia and so on and so on. What, sorry? State parliaments, thank you. The state parliaments, they have written laws which are different for each of the state parliaments. And one of the laws in North Rhine-Westphalia, as an example, is to identify yourself, you need to bring your ID personally to one of the offices where someone is checking them personally. That's written in the law. That already makes it difficult to really get to digital services, because you always have to be physically present. And kind of these laws make it also really hard to grow tech in such an environment.
Yeah, maybe I really think that indeed sort of this first point you shared about the difference in what you get paid is super problematic. But I think one sort of nice example that I also see as an opportunity is that nowadays also there are more and more young people who sort of look for purpose in their work. And I think this is also where sort of this idea of a coalition or a shared service provider comes in, because I think what, for example, the Dutch municipalities don't yet do, but what all the Dutch higher education facilities do already do, is they have a shared sort of IT department. So in the Netherlands, that's SURF. They are based in Utrecht, and a lot of people, a lot of very good IT people work there. And they have a very sort of ingrained ethics in all of their work, and they provide a lot of digital services, from academics accessing all the sort of supercomputer centers that are shared and sort of managed by SURF, to also a Mastodon server where all students and staff of any higher education organization in the Netherlands can log in with their institutional account. And they even have like pseudonymity, so that you can register under a pseudonym, and then people who find you online, they don't know who you are. The institution doesn't know who you are, and the SURF also doesn't know. So they actually are at the forefront of some of the innovations I think we need in the sort of broader digital environment. And they can only do this because they have sort of the backing of all these universities, all the universities of applied sciences. So then also they have quite a bit of, let's say, mass to sort of be at the front of public digital innovation.
Yeah, good point. So more cooperation, but I think on the other hand, there's certain tools that a lot of municipalities use that are just not fulfilling all the requirements, but everyone depends on them. That's also a bit of a problem. But actually, when you ask why do government IT projects go wrong so often, I am wondering, I don't know the statistics, but are they actually going wrong more often than commercial IT projects where you don't see it and where it's not funded with public money and nobody cares so much about it?
I saw a hand quickly being raised here in the back. I think this is in general a good moment to engage with the public during this panel.
I can comment on that. In general, no, there is no reason to assume that municipalities are much worse than the average commercial party. In actual fact, if you look at all the startups of how many actually survive, you know, it's a single-digit percentage. So, you know, the majority of all these hip companies actually die before the first year, and it's the same with IT projects in the commercial environment. They overrun, too expensive, just like with the municipality, in my experience.
That clears some stuff up, I guess. In general, I want to open the floor now for also discussions from the people at the live stream at home or here in the room. And actually, I wanted to give some attention to also a guest here today, as she is running for Brussels for the upcoming elections for the municipality Brussels, if I'm correct. And you're very intrigued in the topic of digitalization. So do you have anything, a question for the panel or a statement you want to make to engage us more in this discussion?
Yes, thank you for this introduction. My name is Leila Dieb. So I wanted to talk about the Women in Digital strategy in Belgium here that Belgium is working on, and I had the chance to work with the Ministry of Economy. So it's a strategy that focuses on 5 objectives. One of the objectives is to include more women from a younger age into studying in STEM. For example, also focusing on vulnerable groups like people from immigrant backgrounds, or for example, women with disabilities, like all of these, or single mothers, for example, and also focusing on retaining women in tech. So it's a really interesting digital, what do you call it, like policy objectives that the Belgian government is working on, and they want to enforce it for the Flemish government, Brussels, and the Wallonian government. So I wanted to share it as well. Now they're promoting it for the Women in ICT Day. So if you follow them on LinkedIn, you'll be able to learn more about it. Yes.
I believe mainly a statement, indeed. It's a very important topic. I had a question here in the back from another Volt municipality councillor.
Thank you. One thing we learned, or we talked a lot about today, was ecosystems, and especially around digital services. Eric already mentioned it. If you build it on scale, it's affordable. If every municipality builds their own system, it's not affordable, especially around security topics that do not work with the normal schedule of a municipality. You can't do a 8 to 6 o'clock cybersecurity schedule and then go home and shut everything down. That normally doesn't work. But municipalities usually don't like to work together because they are constrained by the other ones, and they have to even balance their own agenda with others' agendas. So what is your best practice on kind of increasing that cooperation or this ecosystem?
What is your best practice?
Yeah, I think especially your statement that municipalities normally are not really eager to work together, that's very true. And it's even until the point that they try to differentiate from each other by sort of how far they are. And I think that's really something that we should get rid of. I think for me, one best practice would be to find a coalition of the willing. I think that's often a good strategy. So you don't, in the Netherlands we have like the VNG, the sort of the Association of Dutch Municipalities. But if you wait sort of until the approval of the VNG and that they really start building a project, it might take a very long time. Whereas with OpenStad, the example I gave earlier, it just started in Amsterdam and they had a team working on it. They were backed by the Minister of Interior Affairs and they found this sort of problem that multiple municipalities were having, but they just sort of started building something small and modular. And then when they sort of went along and built it out a bit more, they found other municipalities seeing, hey, we can also use this for this and we can also use this for that. And I think that's nice, sort of that you have a coalition of the willing, and especially if you make it a bit modular, that also as a smaller municipality, you can say, well, we want to use only maybe that part. You can sort of already start and not wait until sort of everyone agrees, okay, let's all do it together and let's all do it in the same way.
Maybe a best practice from Germany, I think, do it the Volt way. So we just look around what is going on with other countries, other local communities, what is happening there. Lutz and I, we had an exchange already today. We had an exchange I think 2 years ago, about topics we can learn from each other and take the proposal we made in the parliament and take them over to their parliament. And we did something similar with other parliaments where Volt is already active. So this is our best practice. We just do it the Volt way. So we share ideas.
And also to Inge, what is doing the Volt way in Eindhoven?
I was preparing an answer as a good example of how we work together in Eindhoven. It's not necessarily the Volt way. Because I was going to tell you about the Brainport cooperation. Brainport's in the Eindhoven region, a number of municipalities around Eindhoven that work together. And it's an ecosystem where government, education and businesses work together. Work together on several aspects, but there's also a cybersecurity team that's active in the Brainport context. So that will be an example from Eindhoven.
I have another question from the public here. Manuel, from the first panel.
Second panel.
Sure, second panel, yes.
And actually, it's less a question than an observation, because when we were talking about the digital economy or economy in general and digitalization and how that can work in Europe, I think one of the observations was if we are looking at SMEs, then it can't be everybody for themselves. The key is really collaboration, shared infrastructures, shared standards, and building on those. And what I'm hearing here is that on the municipality level, we have the exact same problem, right? So public infrastructure and commercial infrastructure, well, maybe we should share some strategies here between those two domains.
Any responses to this?
Maybe in some circumstances or in some examples we do this already. So for example, the data center of Cologne, Cologne is one of the biggest cities in the western region of Germany. We have more, or we have like a lot around technologies, a lot of people working around these topics. So we opened up a few things already in the past without having the Volt interaction, but the city decided at some point that they want to build shared data centers to work together, because it doesn't make sense to spend the same money in every city again and again for the same topic of building a data center. That's one topic where they did this, and it was really a huge success. A few cities share now the same data center, and within our board, we kind of suggest this every time. It's like with every session we have there, there's at least one example where we claim, okay, have you talked to the city over there? How is this city doing this over there? Can we maybe apply this for us? Can we maybe connect with them? So this is an ongoing topic, and we try to foster this more and more, definitely.
Yeah, maybe one addition. I think also there's quite a difference in types of companies, and I think especially as if we want to look at public-private partnerships, I would look towards the companies that also sort of show by their deeds that they are not in there only for profit. So, for example, I know that for the COVID app in the Netherlands, the audit was done by a non-profit cybersecurity consultancy company. I love that there is even a non-profit cybersecurity consultancy company, and I think it's not for no reason that they got the job, so to say, because there are more cybersecurity consultancy companies. And also one example is, for example, there is DuckDB. It was also by CEWI, the Centrum voor Wiskunde en Informatica of the University of Amsterdam. You also mentioned that they created Python. They also created as a spin-off DuckDB. And when I was with Marieke Koekoek, our Dutch parliament member, we had a visit to the campus, the science park in Amsterdam. And then we got a presentation by Hannes Mulijsen, the founder of the DuckDB. And he actually shared the anecdotes that he got a lot of investment opportunities from the US, And then he got a message from a private individual in the Netherlands who is quite well known, who was also on one of our Digital Vault panels before. And he's just sent this founder an email saying, don't do it. You're founded on Sevi by public money, and you have so much to gain if you stay open and sort of you keep everything under control. And now they are sort of used by, let's say, the big tech companies around the world. And there is a sort of another company that uses DuckDB, and they already have like 100 million in investments, but they still keep this sort of this open core of what they created, just because they sort of realize that yes, indeed, we are sort of a spin-off of a publicly funded university, and let's stay open so that also in the future everyone can make use of it. And I think sort of this way you won't become, let's say, the next name that everyone in the world knows. You won't become the next Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg. But I actually like the fact that our European entrepreneurs are not aiming to become that sort of one tech billionaire. For me, that's actually a positive thing. So.
Thank you, Eric.
Maybe I have an idea, because while you were talking, we introduced another policy within Cologne after we got the job as Vault running there. We introduced the public money, public code kind of idea, which it sounds not that big. It's not rocket science, but it's like being open source as a government is really something you need to discuss a lot, because people feel like, we had this before on some of the slide, obscurity. So the topic is a big topic for local governments or national governments in general. But we said it's public money, so it has to be open source. All we do has to be open source, because it's, first of all, better. It's second, it's still public. Yeah? So, and if you use our money, our tax money, please make it public for everybody, so that we don't repeat the same things over and over and over again. That's also a policy which helps a lot, I guess. I hope.
I asked my alderman also, okay, do we do things open source? And then he said, yeah, we already do a lot of things open source. And I said, okay, so where's the code? No response. And I asked the civil servant, okay, where's the code? Like code.enschede.nl. I want to see it. No. And I searched. Usually I'm quite good at searching online, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So I think also sort of really making it tangible and say, okay, let's start with code.name of your municipality and put everything that you use there. And I think one great example is European Commission itself. So there was actually a Dutch guy who was in charge of the sort of in 2020 the digital strategy. And first, if you wanted to publish your software as open source, it took you more than 6 months of a procedure in the European Commission to publish it as open source software. And in 2020, with their new digital strategy, they turn it around. So now if you do not want to publish the software written by the European Commission as open source, it takes a 6-month sort of really long procedure, which is brilliant, and it will influence the European Commission for years to come. But someone sort of has to invest the time to really change those internal policies.
We're slowly closing the time limit of our session today. But I saw 2 more questions from the public, so I still want to give them the opportunity to ask that question. So one question is here.
Thanks, Christian. I love the examples. 33 years in the Commission, I'm really building databases of success cases and best stories. However, in ecosystems, some animal thrives, some animals die. You learn much more from failure stories. Can you share with us, come on, there's just 20 people, and how many online? 5 and 5 online, okay?
It's at the end of the day, so.
It's the end of the day. I had a debate yesterday, we were 3 watchers, but there were 42 on Slido, so who's telling the truth? I don't know.
The internet never forgets, huh? So,
exactly, that's the thing. So can you share examples which are shareable of failure stories where you learned? Thank you.
Short answer per person, preferably.
Then I will start. We had a proposal which suggested, as long as we don't have glass fiber optics for everybody accessible throughout Cologne, and Cologne is one of the best cities with this in Germany, with I think 90% plus accessibility to fiber optics, compared to Berlin, which has less than 5%, so that's a huge difference. We suggested for the last 10% until the fiber optics is accessible that we offer a discounted Starlink access that the people can have fast internet. And the city went along with this and said, okay, let's figure out first of all who are the people who could access this. That came back with like 3,000 households or something like this. And then they wrote 3 letters to these 3,000 households to offer them the discount, that they get the same price as a normal fiber optics contract with one of the local providers, that they can get the Starlink access with this discount from the city Cologne. And only 3 people asked to get this discount. So that was one of the failures, was a good idea, I think. But the people were not really interested into this. So sometimes the idea is not or sounds great on paper, but is maybe in the reality not ready to be there or not accepted at all. So that can happen.
Thank you for the answer. Maybe in a story from the other 2. Please keep it brief.
Yeah, story which is actually not a failure, but a success that maybe should not have been a success. Because I told you about the ethical commission that we have. A few months ago, we introduced the so-called STOP app. It's when you're a victim of street intimidation, you can use an app to send out a notification to whoever. I don't know the back end of that. But actually the ethical commission gave a negative advice about it. But here the emotion was so strong that we need to do something against street intimidation that we introduced the app anyway.
Great example. What?
Yeah, so I think in Enschede we have 2. So we were also under surveillance by the Dutch Privacy Authority because we did Wi-Fi tracking by MAC addresses in the city center. But there was a hash and it was not cut, so it was still sort of, you could still track, you needed access to the database, but then you could still track people. So we were sued for 700,000 euros, but we didn't have to pay. In the end, we won the court case, we went to court. But I think it was not really sort of let's do it in a way that citizens understand what's happening. And I mean, no one, of course, knew that their MAC addresses of their phones were being tracked when they were walking in the city center. So I think that was not really the smart city. And one other short one is that they tried to make a small tunnel safer by putting cameras there, but then not cameras that were on all the time, because that's of course a privacy violation. So they made it so that you could install an app, and they asked a company, or it was a university professor with some company in Italy or something. But then in the end, they found that on iOS it was too restrictive. They couldn't sort of when they were at the location of that tunnel, turn on the Bluetooth. That was just not possible in the Apple environment. So in the end, the project failed because people with an Apple phone could not sort of bike there. The idea was that if you would bike there and you had the app, that then it would sense via Bluetooth your phone and the camera would turn on. But yeah, technically it didn't work.
It failed.
Yep.
I think I just heard that the last question isn't necessary to ask anymore, and that's very grateful for that considering the time. With those words, we had some best practices, we had some not so good practices, so to say. I think that concludes and summarizes it very well. The digital domain is still important, will stay important, and Volt is working on this domain on all levels of politics, and we will keep on doing that, and especially now with the upcoming elections for the European Parliament. Eric, you some closing words on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to spend your day of the European elections among people in this sort of open, ethical, digital world, I can really recommend to go to the Public Spaces Symposium. It's in Amsterdam, 6th and 7th of June. And for me, it's usually the highlight of the year. I'm not joking. It's really the sort of that environment of people in IT and government, sort of that combination is really cool. But if you do, you have to ask for a form that you have to vote in Amsterdam. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. With that being said, I want to close off this last panel, and want to ask you to give a very warm applause for our three panelists, Inge, Christian, and Eric. With that being said, that concludes our event of the day as part of the Volt discussion series event, Digital Democracy in Action. We've discussed many different topics in digitalization, and we will continue doing that. Join us on the different workplace pages to continue the discussion, and we will make available these sessions also online. Also, to say, good to say, we need to leave this building 5:30, and it needs to be clean. So I want to ask you to pick up your stuff with our team. We will clean it up here.
And before we stop,